And welcome into this, the final day of the New Zealand Squash Nationals at the North Shore Squash Club in Auckland. Exciting day of squash throughout this whole afternoon, in fact, morning as well. We're starting early, and it is on court, as you can see. One match already underway, and that is the North Shore's Sean Wiggin. He is in the light blue shirt up against Finn Trimble in the darker shirt. Trimble originally from Northland, been over in the United States playing college squash, and are now doing some training out of the Waikato. Still a youngster, around about 19, 20 or thereabouts, and Sean Wiggin, the five-time champion here at the North Shore Club. And those two players underway now, just in the early stages. Then we'll have another playoff. I think it's the 15th and 16th playoff. It is Tyler Dublé against Natasha Finlay. Coming up later on after that is the top 8 playoffs from around about 11:40. The women's first top 8 playoff. In fact, it's for 5th and 6th. Dewey Bide, the 8th seed, up against Natalie Sayers, and she is the 6th seed. At 12:20 on the schedule, it's Joel Ascott against Wills Donnelly. That's the 5th and 6th in the men's draw. Then we get into the 3rd and 4th playoffs. It starts to really get intense there for 3rd and 4th. Sophie Hodges, the 15-year-old 4th seed, up against Lana Harrison, the 3rd seed. The men's 3rd and 4th playoff, well, that's going to be Timwa Chalisi, the 5th seed, up against Chris van der Sam, the 3rd seed, who had a tremendous quarterfinal win yesterday, and then, well, it went down to Luamba Chalisi in the semi-finals. Finally, we do get to 2:20 p.m., and that is the women's final. Emma Miller, the top seed, up against Abby Palmer, the 2nd seed. It's Palmer's club courts here. She's the left-hander from the North Shore Club, Emma Miller from the Waikato. The men's final will also feature one left-hander and number 1 against 2 in the seedings as well, with Evan Williams, the left-hander, world number 87 in the world, against Luamba Chalisi, the 144th ranked player, the 2nd seed. So we're set for some tremendous matches today, and already, as we said, starting before 10 a.m, Finn Trimble against Sean Wiggin. Finn, the taller player there in the darker shirt, up against Sean Wiggin from this particular club, known for his running around the court, very, very mobile. Doesn't really like letting the ball get to the back wall. In fact, he loves taking the ball on the full and keeping control from the tee, as most players do like it from the tee, but Sean in particular is someone who really likes to volley the ball pretty much more than anybody else. And it'll be a real workout against Trimble, because he's had a good run of matches here, and is proving that he's going to be a player to watch out for in the future. He's decided that he wants to try a bit of pro squash, PSA squash. A little bit of difficult this year, obviously. Hopefully next year things become a little bit more settled for players around the world, and in particular for New Zealand. There is a tournament coming up next week for a lot of the players, a PSA satellite. That's at Henderson. And a lot of these players who are in the quarterfinals and around that area of the tournament will be taking part in that event as well. So at the moment, let's look now at Finn Trimble, 9-5 up in the first game of this men's playoff contest. In fact, just up to game ball, 10-5. And the error there from Sean Wiggin into the tin. And both players just making their way into the match. It's still relatively early to play a competition match, and not so many players or supporters on the courts or around the courts yet. It's also not as warm as yesterday or the day before, where it was very humid in the whole complex and on the court. The players were certainly feeling it. And today, a lot cooler, which will be good for all players. We'll have to wait and see once we get a good crowd in as well. So 11-5 is the first game to Finn Trimble. and ready for the second game. Finn Trimble against Sean Wiggin. A bit easier than I guess people would expect in that first game. But Trimble, I wouldn't say he's an unknown quantity, but he's certainly someone who's come back into the country and decided to train hard. Sean Wiggin, known for his ability to just keep on moving. And given a let, both players a couple of facial expressions there. And in the early stages of this match, it's still Trimble, plenty of height, have to be about 6'1" or 2. And Sean Wiggin, well, he admits he's not so tall, but he's certainly very mobile around the court. One of the other matches on the second court, that's Ella Lash against Lisa Cowland. Lash is only really about 14 or 15 years old, and it was Lisa Cowland who's taken the first game 11-6 and up 3-1 in the second. As matches get underway, a few supporters just making their way in, but really the big matches, they're coming up from a little bit later or a little bit earlier in the afternoon, or even 11:40 for the first of the women's matches, the 5th versus 6th. Dewey Hyde up against Natalie Says. That'll be a good contest. A lot of players wanting to be the 5th. No one wants to be 6th. And then the 3rd, 4th class, of course. And a good shot down the wall, the backhand wall there for Sean Wiggin. Just maintaining the rally and then waiting for the opportunity, that slightly bigger gap, and was able to use it down the backhand. Well, fairly relaxed style of Finn Trimble. However, on that shot, possibly too far relaxed. Does move around the court fairly well for someone who's got a bit of height. So form reversal here with Sean Wiggin coming back a little bit in this, the second game. He has won the club champs here at North Shore 5 times. I think it's 5 times in a row, or maybe 4 times in a row, and then one gap from his first triumph. You can see the movement that Wiggins having to do here. Feels quite comfortable with that. A lot of other players wouldn't. That's a nice shot by Sean Wiggin. Finally, we got to see almost a rally down the forehand wall. And both players wanted to really keep it away from a forehand drive. Oh, nice post, but easily read. But in the end, into the tin. He had the opportunity, did Finn Trimble, to make use of it, not quite. Yeah, nice powerful shot from Trimble, who was close to the wall, had the ball on his racket and plenty of space to go wherever he wanted, really. And just an issue with his racket. He'll be back in a second. And Sean Wiggin staying on the court and just keeping himself slowly active. Some gentle backhands down the wall. Perhaps that might be the tactic. Well, so far it has, because the players really haven't had to hit too many forehands, or haven't given each other too many opportunities to hit the forehand. And we'll just wait for Trimble to come back on. In the meantime, we'll let you know the score from the other court. And that is now 1 game apiece. Ella Lash taking the second over Lisa Cowlin. Cowlin taking the first, 11-6, and then Lash taking the second, 11-8. And not sure where Trimble's gone to get his racket, but he seems to have gone a long way. Shouldn't be too far away. And here he comes back now. Sean Wiggin remained on the court and just had a few loopy backhands. So a subdued start there to the match. With both of these players, well, just almost warming up into this particular contest. One of the playoffs there in the earlier rounds. It is the 9th and 10th playoff. So for players who didn't quite make it to the quarterfinals, this is the next best that they're targeting, 9th. And hitting the top there. So a much better performance in the second game for Sean Wiggin after the first game. He wasn't quite switched on as quickly as he'd like. And every now and then you can see Finn Trimble gets himself into a position to play a good shot. It just isn't executed quite as well as he'd like. He certainly has the skills and the rallies, and just needs to do a little bit more finesse at the end. That no doubt will come. And now we have the game point to Sean Wiggin. Yeah, moving up very nicely, read that one well, and was able to put it away on the forehand. Bit of a slap across court, and that is now 1 game apiece. So in now for this, the third game. It is Finn Trimble in the darker shirt, the taller player, and he is up against Sean Wiggin in the lighter blue shirt. Here's Wiggin, who is the 11th seed, Finn Trimble the 12th seed, and they are playing for 9th and 10th spot. National Champs 2020. We have only had 32 draws in both the men's and the women's. There hasn't been the other draws around the tournament where you can have upwards of 120 players around the event, just with COVID restricting things. However, this is the third time the tournament tried to hold it, and it has been held, and held very successfully. So they've managed to get down to the final day. Players have been on the court for 2 matches a day on Friday and Saturday, and now today, 1 match if you're in the playoffs or the finals. Of course, so that you know who is in the finals. The women's final from 2:20 this afternoon. That is the top seed, Emma Miller from the Waikato, against the left-handed second seed from the North Shore Club here, Abby Palmer. In the men's final, it is Evan Williams, the world number 87. He is up against the second seed, Lawamba Chilisi. And a nice rally there for the 2 players on court. Sean Wiggin, he looks tired, but I can tell you, after watching him play many times, he just is a ball of energy. Although he's having to work very hard against Finn Trimble. And Finn is keeping him in the rallies. However, sometimes his final shot isn't quite as clean as what he'd like. And the error on the forehand corner for Sean Wiggin. That's quite an unusual error for him as well. Usually you have to go out and actually beat him. So Trimble got the 2-point advantage in its early stages. Nice shot by Sean Wiggin. High on his forehand, was able to take the pace off. So when it bounced back off the front wall, well, it didn't really bounce at all. And it's got to be a stroke there, Sean. You can't hit it back at yourself. And that's great play by Finn Trimble, controlling the rally very well. Initially, here we go on the replay. Great recovery from Sean Wiggin, but Trimble always had the control of that point. So a very good third game so far for the younger player. And in this game, noticeable that Sean Wiggins picked up the pace of his shots. Let's see if he's going to... And asking for a let, and given. So 3-point buffer. Let's see what he can do with this. And to let you know what's occurring on the second court, Ella Lash now has a 2-game-to-1 lead over Lisa Cowland. Yeah, well played there, Sean Wiggin. Initially, it was Trimble who had him moving all around the court. But the coverage from Wiggin, he was able to anticipate the short ball on the backhand and go forward and drop it himself. Yeah, that's another good one there. Picking that backhand corner as an asset where he can actually come up with a couple of points, certainly the last couple of points. And too much, so that lead of 5-2 is now cut back. It is 5-all in this, the third game. The first of the playoff matches today. The next playoff match on this court, well, Tyler Dudley will be up against Natasha Finlay. And then at 11:40 is the 5th and 6th in the women's draw. This will be a good one. Dewey Bide, the 8th seed, up against Natalie Says, the 6th seed. Natalie, very powerful, 16-year-old, and Dewey Bide, quite petite in some ways, only about 5'1", and a real runner on the court. And then we move into the men's 5th and 6th. That'll be Joel Ascott, the 9th seed, up against Wills Donnelly, the 10th seed. And nice play there by Finn Tribble. He really can control the points some stage, but it didn't. He had the control. But then Sean Wiggin just showing plenty of guts, and then Trimble in the end. Been a real ebb and flow in some of these points. So as we continue for the third and fourth, from 1:40, it is the men's third and fourth. Tim Wachilisi against Chris van der Sam. Prior to that, it is Sophie Hodges, the 15-year-old from the Waikato, against Lana Harrison, the 3rd seed from Auckland. And then, of course, the two finals from 2:20. It is Emma Miller against Abby Palmer. And then we have Evan Williams against Lawamba Chilisi. Of course, there will be and another stroke against Sean Wiggin. It's twice in this particular game that he's got himself in trouble there. We are looking for a new champion. No Paul Cole and no Joel King, who have dominated over the last number of years. Paul Cole winning the last 5 in a row, and Joel King the last 3, and prior to that, 5 titles as well. So 8 in total. That's a huge number there for Joel King. Unable to get back into New Zealand with so many restrictions around the world. So a new champion will be crowned today. Will it be Emma Miller, Abby Palmer, or Evan Williams and Lawamba Chilisi? So seeing a few errors creep into both players here. 8-all on the third, as we just check on the other court as well. And it is early stages of the fourth game. Ella Lash leading Lisa Cowland by 2 games to 1. Well-disguised Sean Wiggin. It was Finn Trimble thought he was going to go cross-court. Instead, he managed to play one off his body and drive it down the backhand wall. So we're keeping point for point at the present time to 9-all. One thing we are seeing out of Finn Trimble is a good forehand from the body. Doesn't necessarily take a big swing, and just as we say, a good forehand from the body. He puts one into the 10. So it is a game ball now to Sean Wiggin. And still game ball. Playing a let. So far this match in very good nature from both players. Some great running from Sean Wiggin, but not enough in the end, with Finn Trimble managing to play the last shot of his forehand down low, and very difficult to pick up for Wiggin. So a 10 apiece. No players really grabbed this match. We've had one game each. That's a good shot. Nice change of pace so far from Trimble in this rally. Great recovery from Sean Wiggin and the slash at the forehand. Yeah, that's decisive in the end. You had Sean Wiggin chasing the ball and wasn't quite enough. So now the game ball for Trimble. First game ball that he's had in this particular third game. And saves the game ball there, Sean Wiggin. In the meantime, on the second court, it's Ella Lash winning 3 games to 1 over Lisa Cowland. That particular match being a playoff. That was a 9th and 10th playoff, so it looks as though Ella Lash will finish in 9th place for the youngster. The score there, 6-11, 11-8, 12-10, and 11-5. So congratulations there to Ella Lash winning that particular match and finishing 9th in the New Zealand Senior Nationals. And another game ball. We seem to have had, I think it's 4 of them now, 2 for each player. May not be quite as hot as the last 2 days. However, these 2 players are starting to feel it a little bit more deep into the third game. And Trimble not happy with that. He had the opportunity again. And as we go back to scores level. Seems like no one wants to win this. I'm sure they do. And the wiper's shot didn't quite come off there for Finn Trimble. So the perseverance of Sean Wiggin in just about every rally does come off in the end. He's now got game ball again. I believe it's his 3rd. Oh, nice touch. Oh, to hit a winner from there is quite incredible. He's on the back foot, running back towards the backhand corner, able to flick the ball off his leg and to a winner where Trimble was still in the middle of the court, yet it went past him, it stayed low on the angle, and that means that Sean Wiggin takes a 2-game-to-1 lead, and they'll be coming back for the 4th game in just a moment. Well, Sean Wigan, a nice comeback in the third game, albeit that there was around about 5 game points, 2 for Trimble and then 3 for Sean Wigan. In fact, he managed to get it on the third for that 14-12 lead and 14-12 win. So Sean Wigan up by 2 games to 1. Trimble has shown plenty for the future. Still only 19-20. Plenty of ability. Every now and then the execution goes a little bit haywire, but that's just the pressure and perhaps the experience as well. He's certainly got the shots and cover the court very well. And in that case, he didn't. I wasn't able to quite get there. And this is where the experience of Sean Wigan can come through nicely. He knows these courts very well and has played in a number of nationals at senior level as well as PSA tournaments around New Zealand. In fact, a few in Australia as well. Lengthy rally, this one. No player wanting to move off the backhand side, and well played, Trimble. In fact, Sean Wigan in the end, sorry. Just the consistency of Wigan paying off again, and this is where it really does come through. That experience and that consistency. Behind the back shot from Wigan keeps him in the rally again. Oh, nice play. Able to use his height and his reach there, Finn Trimble. Take it on the backhand volley and control the speed, pace of the ball, able to drop it away. And just an uncharacteristic error from Sean Wigan. Notice how before most points he walks around a gentle circle just to slow himself down. He knows he's always got the energy. He certainly did have a lengthy match. It was the second round against Lance Bedos, 14-12 in the 5th, which he lost. It was frustrated by that. He knew that he was always going to have a difficult task against Lance. They always have 5-game battles. Oh, nice shot. Be good to see a little bit more lift on the ball and just a bit more height placed on some of these shots from Trimble against the shorter opponents. See if it's going to work. At this stage, though, Sean Wigan with a nice lead, just a couple points. And, of course, the 2-game-to-1 lead as well. But that's a better point there from Trimble. There's a certain good rawness to his game that you can see the abilities there. He'll come down with playing bigger matches. Again, good shot. So he's just reeled off a couple of points here. And taking the score back to even Steven. The third game quite possibly could have gone any way. In fact, Trimble did have 2 game points. And there we go, that's 3 in a row. And you can see there's the walk around for Sean Wigan, just about every point. and the reach there wasn't quite enough for Finn Trimble. Certainly didn't throw his racket in anger, it was frustration, but you also have to watch that. Wouldn't want to do it too many times. The officials will come down on it. And then a more positive shot, a forehand drive from Sean Wiggin, which puts him back in the driver's seat. He was up 4-2. And then we had the lead 5-4 to Trimble. As we come back to 6 apiece. So here's where the pressure comes down for you, Trimble. You've got the ability, what can you do with it? 6-all in the 4th. You're down 1 set to 2. And a yes lead on that one. Oh, tried to be a little bit too tricky with a flick off his backhand, and instead it was into the tin. Sean Wiggins going to have to move. Yeah, he's going to have to move Finn Trimble away from the tee where he was controlling the points and forcing Wiggin to run around to all corners. So well played, well executed point by Trimble. No player really able to escape the other in this 4th game. And Trimble with the solid forehand. Plenty of power, quite flat. So no big discussions with the referees on this, just a request, maybe a question, a facial expression from Trimble on that one. Nice off the back wall, where's he going to go? The big slap. Oh, and was able to force the error off Sean Wiggin. So the 2-point buffer for Finn Trimble. And when you get to 9, you start thinking, hey, just 2 more points, I can do this. However, with someone like Sean Wiggin, he doesn't give up. Oh, great shot. Using the angle very well, taking the pace off and able to hit it with a low trajectory. Could be going 5. That's a nice change of direction. Oh. Well done there for Finn Trimble. The forehand volley not up from Sean Wiggin, and we are going 5 in fact. So a nice comeback from Trimble. He was down by a couple points early on in the 4th, coming back to win it 11-7. So we are going 5, and this the playoff between Finn Trimble, the 12th seed, and Sean Wiggin, the 11th seed. It's a playoff for 9th and 10th. an exciting 9th and 10th playoff that we're witnessing here with Finn Trimble, the taller player in the darker shirt, up against Sean Wiggin from the North Shore Club. And Trimble just starting the 5th game with the serve there, backhand serve. Let's see what he can do. Matches show a lot of focus in the 4th. And able to control the rallies in the 4th, particularly from the tee. Move Sean Wiggin around. Well, he's always moving, but certainly able to move him around. And Trimble able to get into position to win the points. Nice touch for a big man, big young man. He's got good touch, Trimble. And likes to control the ball off his racket, off both sides as well. And just a reminder that it is 1 against 2, left-hander against right-hander when it comes down to the finals this afternoon. Emma Miller, the 1st seed in the women's draw, up against Abby Palmer, the 2nd seed, the left-hander. And then in the men's final from 3 p.m, it is the top seed, is the left-hander, that's Evan Williams, up against Lawamba Chalisi, the 2nd seed. So it should be some great finals. All of the players aiming for their 1st national title. Evan Williams, the only player who's been in a final before, and he's been runner-up twice. It was 2010 and 2018. Back onto this match in front of us, 2-1. It's taken both players until around about the midway in a game for them to really take authority and show their wares as such. Dip shot there off the backhand from Trimble. Now he's in a better position. Hit it straight back to, oh, that's better though. Initially hit it straight back to Sean Wiggin, and then on that shot was able to go up high for the smash and use the angle that he had. And that's a better execution from Sean Wiggin. Certainly the points going a little bit faster so far in this, the 5th game. That's and the stroke this time going to Wiggin. A couple of questions from both players. And in the 5th game, that sort of stroke or that sort of point going to a player can be vital. Now with the 2-point buffer, you just see the speed around the court. Sean Wiggin, those feet just never stop moving. Trimble needs to go deep. See where he's going to go here. Oh, nice trick shot. That was better. Putting it deep in the corner. He's listening. Oh, there's the error there from Sean Wiggin. And looking for the angle off his backhand. Didn't come off. Both players walking after each point. The traditional walk from Sean Wiggin after every point. And Trimble also just taking his time. Starting to get warmer. Nope. And there we go, it's the stroke. We're getting a few strokes coming in as both players getting a little bit tired as well. And they are vital in this 5th game to get that free point. The players just got to be a little bit careful as the traffic gets busy down the middle of the court. Oh, Yeah, well played. Even Trimble acknowledging that as we come back to 5-all. And where we got to the stages of the fourth game, before Trimble was able to, I wouldn't say run away with it. There's the ball really fading there. And let's just have a look at the replay. You can see in this replay, no, not quite, and the ball really is starting to fade a little bit in that forehand corner, probably more so than the backhand corner. Yeah, frustration. This is the third stroke of this, the fifth game. And just see here, as the ball comes back, he plays it back at himself. Or a couple of errors coming in for both players right now, as we get into the heavy stages of this, the fifth. Can one player really take the initiative? It seems not at the present time. We haven't had more than 2 points in this, the fifth, as the lead. And Finn Trimble just checking whether that ball was out or not. Certainly went high. Oh. Not sure where that came from, but it was good. Pretty audacious shot to hit from that part of the court. And nice play from Finn Trimble. Oh, nice stop shot. Yeah. And that seems fair call to play a late on that one. Certainly seeing a number of creative shot making. Saw one from Finn Trimble, which won in the point as he flicked on the full from deep in the court for a winner. And Sean Wiggin giving us a couple of creative shots as well. It's been entertaining squash as we get so deep into this fifth game. This is for 9th and 10th. And there we go, the 2-point advantage. It's the first time that Finn Trimble has had this 2-point advantage in the fifth game. Oh, and forces the error. Finn Trimble staying in the rally, putting the pressure back on Sean Wiggin. And 9-6, a 3-point lead. First time that we've had a player getting 3-point lead in this, the fifth game. And nice and controlled. Knew he didn't have to do too much because Trimble on that particular point was a little bit slow out of the blocks. So good control there from Sean Wiggin. Brings back 1 point. See how Trimble can respond under pressure. Yes, he's got a 2-point buffer and only 2 points away from victory. But in many ways, the pressure goes on him as well. Yeah, that's well executed. Step forward, And just looking at the shot here. Yeah, well played. There it is. All right, into what could be the final point. Some great running by Sean Wigan, but good control by Finn Trimble. Good depth on the ball. Ah, saves a game point to Sean Wigan on that one. And you can just see the walk up to the front wall. Trimble just slowing himself down. He's got a game point to finish 9th, which will be a good effort. And he wins on a stroke. And let's see if we can check on a replay of that one. Here it is. And just, yeah, there was no way that Trimble could have won that. If he had tried for it, well, he would have taken off the head of Sean Wigan. So that is a victory to Finn Trimble. And a very good victory indeed. 11-8 in the 5th over Sean Wigan, who is the club champion here at the North Shore Club. Nice victory for the player originally from Northland to take out that 9th place here at the New Zealand Senior Nationals Squash Chaps. And congratulations there. We're coming back shortly with another playoff match. That's Tyler Dublé against Natasha Finlay. That match not too far away.
So my name's Lauren Machleshi, New Zealand squash player, currently 150 ranked in the world and number 4 in New Zealand. So yeah, I started squash when I was 11 in Christchurch, so my dad got me into it. He used to be a A grader, so yeah, that's how it started. So I also have a brother as well who's a year younger than me, and so we were real competitive when we were younger, you know, playing a lot of other sports as well. Went end of last year for 2 months to the UK, and then kind of came back here for a month, and then went back in February, played some tournaments in America, and then end of February I was based in the UK. Until about end of June. So yeah, it was different. I think The first time I went there was just kind of getting that exposure and just getting used to routines of how everything works over there, because it's a little bit different. We were still hitting when I made the decision to stay. I think about a week and a half after I decided to stay, we stopped hitting. And yeah, I talked to a few people in the UK and we didn't think that it would last as long as it did, I guess. But it was too hard to tell. So around June, I think it was the start of June, is when I made the decision to come back. Just based off the fact that there was squash here, there was kind of stuff happening here. Even though it wasn't much, it was still more than over there. And doing circuits every day and running isn't the most entertaining thing to do for a long period of time. So I got an Uber to the airport and there was no one at the airport, like nothing, no cars or anything. It was just silent. Normally Manchester Airport's quite a busy airport, queues all everywhere, but there was nothing, so that was quite interesting. So I went to Qatar, then Melbourne, then Auckland. So it was quite a long journey. I think it was like 41 hours of travel total, and I had to stay overnight in Melbourne. But yeah, it was weird. Like planes were empty, kind of everyone wearing masks, you know, literally just full body suits. So it was tough. I actually quite enjoyed the food. I'm not really a fussy guy anyway, but I thought the food was quite good quality. I know there's been a lot of complaints about the food. The thing I struggled with was just not being able to get out. So we had to book walks where we go to a park and we walk around for like half an hour. But we literally had to get up at 8 AM to book it, and it was always fully booked after about half an hour, because they're only allowed to have like 10 maximum each hour, and I think they do it for I guess 6 hours a day that they do it for. I was lucky because I was able to obviously talk to my family, talk to Joel and John and my brother as well, see what was going on. So it's quite an interesting one. So there's no PSA yet, as of yet. We don't really know much about that. So I'm kind of just focusing on my New Zealand tournament. So obviously we've got Nationals coming up end of August. That's the big tournament we're going to fire up for. When I say we, yes, that's me, Joel and Timwa, as we all train together here at Excel. But so yeah, our big focus is going to be Nationals. So I'm playing Waikato Open, my first tournament back, so that's going to be very interesting. But yeah, I'm really excited to just get back amongst it. I'm not sure what we're going to do after Nationals. We haven't quite planned ahead of that. But yeah, so main focus now is just focus on Nationals, focus on New Zealand tournaments and training, and just keeping an eye on the news, see what's happening around the world and with PSA, and I'll get back into the swing of things soon. I look forward to seeing you guys play. I look forward to playing against you guys again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready now for, well, in fact, we're in it. And looking at the score already, they've raced out here. This is one of the fill-in matches. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's a little bit disrespectful, but it is a contest here with Tyler Dublé, and that is the 16th seed. She's the 16th seed against Natasha Finlay, the 19th seed. And you can see Tyler there in the all black. Natasha has the blue skirt. And Tyler, in fact, is also the manager here of the North Shore Squash Club, next to the North Shore Hospital, and her father Gary's in the crowd there watching. I think he's a club champion here around about 7 times over, also Masters champion, world champion, goodness knows how many times. His photo is all over the club. I guess Tyler can't avoid her father because his name or his photo is everywhere down the hallways. And a couple of errors there from Natasha Finlay as Tyler Dublé takes the first game fairly quickly. Of course, we did have earlier the match for 9th and 10th for the men. That was Finn Trimble taking it in 5 games over Sean Wiggin, the younger player there, originally from Northland. He's been over in the United States playing college squash and now back in New Zealand. Very keen to play PSA tournaments. And certainly there is some PSA tournaments coming up. In fact, a satellite tournament next week in Henderson. It's also got doubles on as well. So anybody keen on some squash, if you're in the Henderson region, go out and have a little look at that. It's next weekend. So Finn Trimble scoring 9th place over Sean Wiggin, the North Shore Club champion. And then, of course, we do have the playoff matches for 5th and 6th. Julie Bide up against Natalie Says, the 6th seed. So Julie Bide against Natalie Says. The men's 5th and 6th is Joel Huscott, the 9th seed, against Wills Donnelly, the 10th seed. Well, for 3rd and 4th, there's going to be a couple of top matches here with Sophie Hodges, the 15-year-old from the Waikato, up against Lana Harrison, the 3rd seed from Auckland. Certainly be lots of hard hitting there. Harrison was defeated by Abby Palmer in 4 games yesterday, where Sophie Hodges in straight games, albeit a couple of them very competitive, against Emma Miller in her semi-final. The men's 3rd and 4th is Temwa Chalisi, the 5th seed, up against Chris van der Sar, the 3rd seed. That'll be entertaining as well. Then we get down to the women's final at 2:20. Emma Finlay, the top seed, up against Abby Palmer, the 2nd seed from her own club here, North Shore. And the men's final, 3 p.m. that's scheduled for Evan Williams against Lawamba Chalisi. So back on to the match at hand. And the error, the backhand error there from Tyler. She was keen to play a few more matches and get match fit again. But also in some ways, when you're managing the club facility, it takes a little bit of energy out of you. And both these players playing interclub around Auckland. I think Natasha is at the Remuera Club. Let's see what we can do with this rally. Very powerful serve there from Natasha Finlay. Oh, ball is just fading away a little bit more in the forehand back corner than the backhand corner at the present time. Hasn't quite heated up to the conditions of the last few days where, gee, it was humid yesterday. Players just feeling it. Temwa Chalisi came up and had a little chat, and he was dripping. I think that's the nicest way of putting it. Left a pool of perspiration wherever he walked. It was as if he had just come out of a swimming pool. And Temwa said this is one of the hottest that he's felt. Not so much in temperature, but just in the humidity. And that is one of the traits of Auckland, of course. And also having a tournament this late in the year. Not used to having the Nationals in late October, early November. And certainly the Auckland Marathon people will be very happy, which was held this morning, that it wasn't quite as humid as those last few days. In fact, just a nice chill in the air to start the day. So good for them running over the Harbour Bridge. And too high on that one there, too much lift. Back to 5-all. Let's see what Natasha Finlay can do here. She likes a powerful serve. That one a little bit more height. And you'll always get a word out of Tyler on the court. So the let on that one. And we said that Tyler would be coming on this court with a screen on her. She said, I'll have to behave myself. Loves to show a bit of emotion out on court, which is great. We've seen a fair bit of that over these last couple of days, remembering that players were on court for 2 matches on Friday and 2 matches yesterday as well. And certainly fatigue taking hold of some players. Yesterday it seemed that Chris van der Sar, the 3rd seed, struggled when he took on Luamba Chilisi. He'd done such a big match earlier in the day against Lats Bidos and winning that one. That when it came down to the semi-final contest, just seemed his feet weren't quite there anymore. Just a couple of lets now as the traffic gets a little bit busy. And the footwork, well, it's still there. The ball being played a little bit more at the body rather than away. And that's a better shot from Tyler. Here we go, the replay of that point. You can just see there, just a bit more authority on the ball. And she has game point here. No, that's not quite right. Score. Just have to check on that score. It's changed. Well done there for Natasha Finlay, the wiper shot. Yeah, that was not 10-9. The score did show it for a while. It is actually 8-9. That was an unorthodox shot, a sort of a guiding the ball off the wall. And again, that forehand corner with the ball's just fading away a little bit more. And this time, here's that shot, the replay. See the ball just going in the corner, and it almost goes straight up and down, bounces straight up and down. You can see the expression there on Natasha's face. She's like, I don't know how I won that, but I'll take it. And a good play there with the forehand, strong forehand going across the court from Tyler. Here it is. And moving forward, plenty of opportunity to go just about anywhere in the court. So she takes a 2-game-to-love lead in the playoff. It is for 15th and 16th. And let's now have a look. 15th and 16th playoff, 11-4, 11-9. Tyler Dublé against Natasha Finlay. We're coming back with the 3rd game in just a moment. A nice little comeback in the 2nd game for Natasha Finlay, but not quite enough. It was Tyler Dublé winning 11-4 and 11-9. It says 10 there on the screen. That's not quite correct. But, I'm sure that will correct itself very shortly. We know that she won it. There you go. It's all sorted. A nice shot. Quite a subtle shot there off the backhand side for Tyler. Just took the pace off, flattened the ball, and a nice little disguised one there. Oh. Asking for a let, and no let given. Shot, holding the ball nicely. Yeah, well played. The early boast off the wall and creating the angle. And with the 2-point buffer, see what you can do with that. The high serve, pushing her opponent back into the corner, but the backhand shot from Natasha Finlay was just forward enough so that Tyler wasn't able to run in front for it, a little bit slow out of the blocks on that one, and that's a better shot. Let's not forget that at 11:40 we'll be back with the 5th and 6th playoff in the women's. Dewey Byde against Natalie Says. That'll be a really good contest with the two different styles coming together there. In the meantime, Tasha Finlay making this match. Oh, double step there. And players need to be aware that the ball, if it hits the back corner, the forehand corner particularly, and it just got to probably do a little shuffle or an extra step to get there just in case it does fade or just in case it's bounced directly up a couple of times, which is unusual. So still staying within a point, Tasha Finlay, but can't quite get ahead just yet. Well, that's going to help her get to equal. And both players know that they can play it quite short, and it's going to be to their advantage. In many ways, compare it to some of the top seeds who are very happy for the ball to go short, and they'll take advantage of it. Just as we get down to the playoffs, the lower playoffs, the short ball can actually use more as a weapon. Oh. And there we go. Tyler calling that one stupid. And now the 2-point buffer as she goes just 2 points away from victory as well. So nice power there from Tasha Finlay on the backhand sweep. Yeah, that's a good shot. And as you just heard, match ball. Nice and patient. Off the back wall, happy with that. Gee, nice shot there from Tasha Finlay. Played that one very well. Good patient rally from both players. Oh, nice shot. And that is the match. Let's see if we've got a replay of that one coming up. And you can just see here. It's a very quick replay. That one was so quick, but we did know that Tyler did come out with the win there in the end, 11-4, 11-9, and 11-8. So congratulations there. And she is the 15th place getter of the tournament. Nice little fill-in match there before we get ready for the women's 5th and 6th playoff Dewey Bide against Natalie Says. That match will be coming up in approximately half an hour. So just a little bit of a gap with a few injuries for some players. So we have half an hour's time. It will be the women's 5th and 6th playoff Dewey Bide against Natalie Says, followed by the men's 5th and 6th. That's Joel Ascott against Wills Donnelly. That'll be another top contest. And then we get into the 3rd and 4th, Sophie Hodges, Lana Harrison. Men's 3rd and 4th, Timwa Chalisi against Chris van der Saam. And then it is the finals, Emma Miller, Abby Palmer. And the men's final, Evan Williams against Luamba Chalisi. If you can't get down to the North Shore Club, there's plenty of parking around the roads, around even the car park as well. Then you can watch it online as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the 5th and 6th playoff in the women's draw. And it is an exciting match because we have Dewey Byatt, who is the 8th seed from Auckland, against Natalie Sayers, who is the 6th seed, formerly of the Belmont Club on the North Shore, and now out of Remuera. She's just 16 years old, against the 23-year-old Dewey Byatt, who, well, she's going to make up for, I wouldn't say the lack of power, but she's not as tall as someone like Natalie Sayers. She's got plenty of speed around the court and a real fighter. Yesterday, her backhand cross was very effective. And we're going to see a really good match as these two get underway very shortly for 5th and 6th. Let's not forget, we also have the men's 5th and 6th playoff. That's Joel Ascott against Wills Donnelly. And then from 1 o'clock, it is Sophie Hodges, the 15-year-old from the Waikato, against Lana Harrison, the 3rd seed from Auckland. The men's 3rd and 4th playoff is Temwa Chalisi against Chris van der Sam, the 3rd seed. Then it's the women's final from 2:20, Emma Miller against Abby Palmer. And then the men's final, Evan Williams against Luamba Chalisi. In both of those finals, it's 1 versus 2 and a right-hander against a left-hander. Almost a novelty in some ways to have a left-hander, particularly in the men's draw. In fact, there was only one that started the competition this year. Mason Smales was starting, but he had an injury, so he pulled out. He was only the 2nd player in the men's draw. A couple more in the women's, but really it is a rarity to have left-handed players. But now joining me, Joanne Williams from the Waikato, one of the coaches, and also a coach of one of the semi-finalists, Sophie Hodges. And Joe, great to chat to you. How did you feel about your, I wouldn't say prodigy, but one of your players there, Sophie Hodges, making the semis?
Yes, good morning. Yeah, it's great. She's really progressing well. She loves playing the game, and yeah, it's just to see all her hard work paying off.
Well, I mean, speaking to her a couple of days ago, it may have even been yesterday, it's been a long couple of days, 2 matches each day. She really does have that enthusiasm for the game.
Yes.
And that's important. And, you know, I said to her, what do your friends at Hamilton Girls High School think about you being a good squash player? And she said, oh, yeah, they like it. They don't really know the game that well, but they like to follow me. And that, I think that makes her feel included with her friends, that she's not playing that sport over there, that, you know, whatever it is, or gee, we don't know who you are, what you are, that sort of thing. Yeah. And that they like to follow her and are enthusiastic about her results.
That's right. Yeah, she seems to be working really hard at getting a good balance in her life. She still plays hockey. We really encourage her to keep doing that.
When does she have to make the choice? There's always that, oh, you're playing lots of sports or several sports, and then the choice comes in, doesn't it? Yeah. And it's difficult to know when that is the best and when you can do it.
Well, everyone's different, obviously, but all the research says that keep doing as many sports as you can, and squash, realistically, is a late maturing sport. You have to look at Joelle and Paul Cole. They're, 32, I think, now, and 28. And they're only reaching, well, they're not at their peaks, I believe. Yeah.
Well, that's things like Roger Federer, a tennis player. He said that he loved playing team sports. He was good at them within reason, but then when he started playing tennis solely, he had a temper. I remember seeing him smash rackets all over the place. But he keeps on saying, play as many sports as you can, just to keep you even-headed and keep you learning different things.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's such an important aspect. And for someone like Sophie, 15. Her strength that seemed on the court, certainly her forehand is very strong, very powerful.
Yes, she's certainly been working on that, and we're working a lot on her front court game, trying to get up in front of her opponent, rather than doing what too many Kiwis tend to do, is stand back and chase the ball.
Indeed.
But yeah.
That's one of the things against Emma Miller. She seems to specialise, and her brother Zach to a certain extent, in doing a lob serve, where against the younger opponents, they're in two minds. Do we go forward and take it? We may not be strong enough to do that, or do we just let it go back?
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a good weapon, not against everybody, but against particularly younger, more inexperienced opponents.
It was quite funny yesterday in Sophie and Emma's game, because Emma did that first serve as a perfect lob serve that died in the corner, and I thought, oh no, but then Sophie served and hit a winner. So
yeah, it was a strange start in a way, because it seemed to me about 4 points in a row, hit that backhand corner and just went, nothing happened. It just, the ball died about 4 points in a row. It was quite bizarre to get it like that. I mean, it does happen through a match, but 4 in a row or very close to it was quite strange.
Perfect length, yeah.
How do you say to a 15-year-old or someone maturing like that to counter that lob serve that seems to take almost an age to come down.
Back, yes. Well, it's a matter of throwing plenty up in practice and just getting the confidence to go forwards and hit through the ball.
Because some juniors in particular aren't quite strong enough to feel they have the confidence to go forward, are they? I
That's
mean,
right.
I think Sophie probably is,
Yeah.
but it's about getting the mentality. You can do this, you can go forward.
And also having the mentality that you don't have to hit everything hard, control the ball. Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
telling any junior in any sport that,
Yeah.
no, that's not necessarily the way that's going to help you
That's right.
a win against these more experienced opponents. And even someone like, we're just seeing in front of us, Dewey Bide, you know, as I said, she's 5'1". And she's happy that she said squash was one of the few sports that she could play and not feel that her lack of height is a disadvantage. And for someone like her, Natalie, who likes to hit the ball hard, very hard, is going to have to either come out and just rip off a whole lot of winners, or she's going to have to use her brain to actually find a strategy.
That's right, yeah. Dewey certainly doesn't lack heart. She was one of the players in the World Junior team who went away 2015, and she was just such a great team member and played above, her best. It was fantastic.
Well, one thing that surprised me when she played Emma Miller in the quarterfinals, I think it was, every now and then her backhand cross, she just absolutely powered across. And you think, where did that come from? But she can hit with power, but just not every shot. She chooses to use her strength, which is her speed around the court.
And she's worked hard on a lob and playing a drop and trying to slow herself down at times for that control. But she's got a great game.
How does we've been talking about a young player such as Sophie Hodges, who's still at school and trying to be a teenager at the same time as trying to be a squash player. Sometimes we forget that athletes need to be teenagers. They need to be themselves.
Absolutely.
Otherwise they sometimes, well, I don't know about if they forget who they are, but it sometimes doesn't help them develop anymore. What about players such as Dewey or Emma Miller, a little bit older, who've got full-time jobs?
Yeah, they're the ones that we want to keep in the game, as we were speaking before, because they're the benchmark for the younger kids, and they're who they look up to, and we do lose them a lot.
Well, it's hard to balance that, isn't it? To keep your A grade and above, and still come home from work and maybe have to do some more work, and then I've got to go and play squash, and I really need to train, go to the gym, and that's a difficult thing for someone like you as a coach to try and encourage.
It's actually quite difficult to find people for them to train against and play at the moment, depending on where you're living. But
well, Julie said she trains against men, and a few other players like Julie. They prefer training against men because I guess it's the physicality, or is it the hitting power?
Yes, definitely. Well, it's just. It's, as I say, it's hard to find. There's not a real depth of women players really at the moment. So I think it's nothing new playing the men. It's been around for a long time.
Would you recommend someone like Sophie Hodges doing that, or is she not quite at the age to do it? Would you wait a little bit longer?
If she wants to do it, but I still like the idea of, as long as you need to be able to win your matches as well, so that you can develop your control and develop a style of play. But if you're always playing men that hit the ball really hard, you're always having to turn around and run to the back of the court, so you can't really establish a short game the same. But
so you've got to get something out of it, that's got to help you develop your game rather than just always been on the back foot. It's not going to help you when you play against another woman or another girl.
Exactly, but it's still very valuable to,
And Joe, what about for you out of the Waikato? Which club are you coaching out of at the moment?
I'm at the, I live in Cambridge, so at the Cambridge Squash Club.
Okay, and that's going well as a club?
It's probably in a little bit of a redevelopment phase, like a lot of clubs. But it's a great little club.
Well, the town of Cambridge as such is growing. It's connected to Hamilton by 110k motorway now.
Well, it is, It's such a great vibe in Cambridge now with all the other sports there. It's fantastic.
Does it help having those sports so that squash players or any sports people can try different things or learn from other sports?
Absolutely. I'd love to see a bit more happening at the Cambridge club like that, just and in the town, because like you say,
You've got so many athletes there. I mean,
Yep.
you sort of walk down the main street and you're thinking, that person looks familiar. Gee, that's a big person. That's a strong person. That person
right.
looks athletic,
Yeah.
and from just about every sport. Or just finally looking at the Cambridge club, how many courts have you got there?
There's one glass back and 3 other courts.
Okay,
Yeah,
oh, great.
yeah. But there's also the Leamington Squash Club,
yes.
which has got 3 courts as well. So, yeah.
Okay. So so
there's
2 clubs in the town, and then
Yep.
not too far away to Hamilton. I think the nearest club would be, well, you've got Lugden
Lugden Park
Yeah.
and the Hamilton Squash Club. Yeah, there's plenty of squash clubs around. Te Awamutu's going very, very well.
Okay.
That's a very popular
Oh, that's
club,
great.
going well at the moment.
So squash in the
yeah.
Waikato is, there's certainly the courts, and there's certainly the people that want to play. Is that correct?
There are, yes, but we've got Bruce Morgan, who's our
Yes.
manager. He's doing a great job. He did a great job over lockdown of getting people
Very
together.
vibrant,
and
isn't he? He's got a lot of energy that he puts into it.
So things are really looking up, yeah.
Okay, and finally
good.
for you, Joe, you still watch a bit of international squash? I mean, you
Oh.
played a little bit yourself there.
Absolutely, still watch it. It's wonderful to watch now.
Isn't it?
You feel
It's
like
so much
you're on
easier.
the court.
Yeah.
Yep. And I speak to Joelle King quite a lot, so she
Great.
keeps me informed and
Well, it's a
what
little
she's
bit
up to and that, and it's
disappointing
it's
for her at the
exciting.
moment, though, because Paul Cole's got a tournament next week in
Yeah.
Doha, and then a few weeks later in Egypt, whereas Joey's got, well,
There's
nothing,
nothing
and
at
then
the
she's
moment.
kind of stuck
Yeah.
in the UK again, where I think in most regions the clubs are actually been shut down again for a little while. So depending on which region you're in, and that's disappointing for her. I mean, for everybody, of course, but it's very disappointing.
Very frustrating for her, because she's certainly been playing well. She
Yeah.
had an unfortunate win in 5 recently, but
Yeah.
she's still playing better than ever.
Oh,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
It's one of those things, and in many ways it's great that there's so many Egyptian players.
Yeah.
There is a slight downside to that as well for the sport internationally, that everything's dominated completely. You look at the top 10, and quite often you've got 6 of the top 10 sometimes. I mean, that's great,
Yeah.
but sometimes it's good to have maybe, 4 in the top 10 and a whole lot of other nations challenging. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're quite
Not
got
there
that
yet.
at the moment,
No,
have we?
no.
So
It's
let's hope.
interesting, you've got the US, their squash is really growing over there.
Yeah,
and
Amanda
they've got
Sobey is coming through
and
quite
her
nicely.
sister,
Yeah, that's
name's lost. She's
No,
a
yes,
very
she's
good
come
player, so yeah.
And Camille O'Cern from France is probably the player that's challenging the most.
Right,
She's around
yep.
about third or fourth. But yeah, it's certainly interesting how the Egyptians have managed to come through. Perhaps population helps.
Yes, those things all help, and it's great though, because the standard of play, both the men's and women, is just fantastic to watch now. Yeah.
Isn't it amazing
Yep.
when you watch it, you can easily go, wow,
You
and
can.
how did that happen? And we're seeing someone like Paul Cole, who's so mobile.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish he'd almost go forward a little bit more, but that's his style of game. He doesn't mind grinding it out, which is
Oh,
his style.
he's improving all the time though. We can see that he's changing, as you have to.
Yeah, he's improving. Well, look, Joanne
Yep.
Williams, I do appreciate your time, and
Thank
all the
you.
best with Sophie playing against Lana Harrison in the 3rd and 4th. That'll be
She's got a good battle today.
oh yeah,
ahead
it's
of her.
hard-hitting battle, that one. So that's where
Yeah.
you've got to sort of tell her to stick to a plan, don't
That's
you?
right. Yep.
All right, great stuff, Joanne
Very
Williams.
good.
Appreciate
Okay.
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's Joanne Williams there with me as we continue to look here at this game on the main court, and Dewey Bide 9. Well, that was in fact 11-9 over Natalie Says, but however, Natalie's come back very strong in the second. A 5-love in the second to make that 6-love now, and we'll come back for this one in just a moment. And
out. 1-7. And out. 8-1. And out. 2-8.
Stroke to bide.
Stroke to bide. 3-8. And out. 9-3. Game ball. And out. 14. Game ball. Out. 5-10. Game ball.
Welcome back in for this, the third game of the 5th and 6th playoff in the women's draw. And you can see on the court the shorter player there with the lighter blue part of her top. That is Dewey Bide. And she is the 8th seed up against Natalie Sayes, who has the headband on. And she is the 6th seed. Already games have been split. First to Bide, 11-9. The second to Sayes, 5-11 or 11-5. And great talking to Joanne Williams, former New Zealand player, now coach out of the Cambridge club in the Waikato. She's the main coach for Sophie Hodges. And quite pleased about Hodges making it through to the semi-finals, albeit that she was beaten in straight games by Emma Miller. And certainly she had a presence in that game against Miller, but just the experience coming through in the end. And Joe Williams feeling that as a 15-year-old, Sophie Hodges still playing hockey and pretty good at it by all accounts. And that she just needs to keep on playing sports and lots of different sports to keep her mind level. She's only in her second year at high school, just finishing off her second year in high school. And very impressed with the two players on court right now. Dewey Bide for just her dedication on the court, and we're making a big deal of it, but she is only 5'1", and she's using it to her advantage to get around the court. Whereas Natalie Says is improving with every match in the tournament. Still only 16 years old, about to serve now. Originally from the Belmont Club and now playing out of Remuera in Auckland. Very much a squash family. Oh, not quite. Now, I think both players need to be aware that, particularly that forehand corner, it seems more than the backhand corner. It seems to be just fading away just a little. And it is getting warmer. So these players are going to feel it on court to the extent of this humidity more than anything else. And we'll let you know on the other court, another playoff contest underway. And we have Annabelle Romero. Who have we got there? Annabelle Romero is Gemmell from Palmerston North up against Diana Galloway from Wellington. And it's Galloway who has taken the first two games, 11-8, 11-7. However, in the third, it is Romero Gemmell up by 8 points to 7. Looking now back on the main court. And Natalie Says does like the powerful shots. And what Dewey Bide will do is try and just keep her out there for a little bit longer, make her play that one more shot. He can try and get into the head of the 16-year-old. Yeah, that's a nice play. Nice play. Was able to put her opponent into two minds there, Dewey Bide, and then play away a deep forehand. So the three-point advantage, you can just always see the feet there of Bide. She was just doing a little, I wouldn't call it a little dance, but she was able to just jiggle her feet around, keep herself moving. It's definitely her strength. Oh. She had the shot there, but probably didn't put quite enough on it. Well, obviously didn't put quite enough on it to make it go over the tin. And that was the replay there. Let's have a look now back onto live with 8-6 to Bide. Oh, hitting the joint and completely dying. The frustration there. Every now and then it comes off for a player, and you just got to take that one. Perhaps a little bit of relief for Bide. There's the drop. She was waiting for it. A lot of work. Oh, that's good play. Very good play from Natalie Says there. She was able to draw her player forward, then back. And here's the replay. And you can see Bide retrieving, and Says thinking, well, you're going to be coming forward again. I'm going to play it deep again. Oh, that's the error that Bide was very much needing. And it's the error that Natalie doesn't quite need to go for just yet. Hold off. Play another shot. Stay in the rally for one more ball. And there we go. That is a stroke to finish it and to go up by 2-1. This is the 5th and 6th playoff. And all of these players do want to do well. So back with the fourth game, and in just 1 moment. Oh, nice play there from Natalie Says, moving forward and able to have her opponent out of position slightly. Just a nice little dink, a nice little drop. Oh, there's that wiper's shot. This the backhand that we were talking about with Joe Williams before, and here's a replay of it. You'll see her come forward here, and that's it. It's starts with a short swing and then goes right wiping across her body. So it's a real tough contest here for Natalie. She has to be very much focused on what she's doing, but not let the speed of Bide take her anywhere and disrupt her game plan. No one able to really grab the initiative here just yet. Yeah, that's a good play. Not sure if it was quite meant to drop so quickly, but it was certainly used to good effect in the end. And so the let there between Dewey Bide and Natalie Says. And I'll update you on the other court because quite an exciting contest there. Diana Galloway taking the first 2 games 11-8, 11-7, dropping the next with Annabelle Romero Gemmell coming through 11-9. And very close in the fourth, 6-5 to Romero Gemmell in the 4th game. But back on the centre court, and it is 4-all, as you can see there from the scoreboard. And both players just looking for that edge in this, the 4th. Oh, and that's one thing from perhaps youth, or the pressure being put on from Bide. You just can't give away 2, sometimes 3 unforced errors a game. Something that Temwa Chalisi is finding out very much. And Bide very happy to now get that 2-point buffer. And the pressure really on Natalie Says right now. Is she going to try and out-hit her way out of this? And both players using a lot of height so far in this rally. Oh, there you go. There's that second unforced error. And the opportunity for Bide. Got a power put on that serve. She did a full circle of the court there. I'd ran around her opponent completely. Got to have a lot of speed to do that. And it looked as though she was out of position, but with that footwork, fantastic footwork. Oh, that's double bouncer, I think. So the 4-point cushion now, and just 3 away from the victory for Bide, which she's worked very hard on. The second game, Says was really hitting the winners. Bide perhaps just fell away a little bit more. And now 9-4. Natalie Says not happy with that. Not happy with perhaps that she's pushing or rushing some of those shots more than she needs to. And unfortunate to take the match to match ball with a stroke against her, Natalie Says. Let's see what she can do here. Can she readjust? That's a good point. That's much better. So the couple of unforced errors have been written away. And now saving 1 match ball. And well done there to the 8th seed, Dewey Bide, defeating the 6th seed, Natalie Says. And not sure if we've got a replay of that final point. We might just have a look at that. But in the end, it was a 4-game win. Here's the final point. And a little bit of an error. Just not quite able to scoop it out of the forehand corner. So a 4-game victory. That is the 5th and 6th playoff there. And Dewey Bide winning in 4 games. Coming up very shortly, we have the men's 5th and 6th. And that is scheduled to start in just about 5 minutes' time. That is Joel Ascott, the 9th seed, up against Wills Donnelly, the 10th seed. So that match underway about 5 minutes' time, and should be a bit of a cracker, that one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now, and ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for the 5th and 6th playoff for the men. It's just got underway with the first point going to Joel Ascott. And both of these players, Joel Ascott and Wills Donnelly, still both young. In fact, Donnelly's a teenager still, 19, and Joel Ascott, 20 years old. And both have PSA world rankings at the moment. Both would have loved to have been playing more, but I guess that's the restrictions that have been put on the world. Not so much for New Zealand compared to the rest of the world. In the UK, well, of course, some of the squash clubs are closing up again for another lockdown. New Zealand has done very well when it comes to that sort of thing. And checking now on the actual PSA ranking for Joel Ascott, I think it's around about 230 in the world, or certainly close to that. And it's had interesting tournament, 233, there you go, that's as high as well, 21 now. And then we have Wills Donnelly, who 301 in the world, high of 283, and still 19. So two young players. Joel Ascott particularly determined in the way he plays every match. He's very methodical in the way he plays as well. And also just his style of play, everything is calculated out. Every step, every bounce of the ball prior to every match and every serve as well. It's just his style and the way he likes to play the matches. And Wills Donnelly, though, he had a dramatic match, was it the second round, against Anthony Lepper, and won through in 5 after being down 2 match balls in the 4th. A real great fight back there when you're down match balls and you come back and win in the 5th. Great effort there by Donnelly. He really has played a good tournament. And yesterday, well, a tough match against was it against the Luamba Chalisi through the final. And of course, that final coming up a little bit later on. And that will be a cracker of a final, Luamba Chalisi against Evan Williams. So what we did have with Wills Donnelly was a great match in the second round. What was that? 7-11, 9-11, 11-9, 12-10, and 11-7 over Anthony Lepper. Then he played against Luamba Chalisi in the quarterfinals, was beaten 4-4 and then 14-12. So a great effort in the third, but just not quite able to get what he wanted out of that. And of course, Joel Ascott came up against Evan Williams in his quarterfinal, and Evan Williams in great form, 11-7. 11-6 and then 12-10. A nice little comeback there in the third from Joel Ascott. He gave Evan Williams a bit of a workout, but just not quite enough to take it to the 4th. Williams, the experience of being 31 against the experience of being 21, and the respective rankings of Evan Williams, twice a finalist here, and currently ranked 87 in the world against someone 233. And that's where the difference comes through. And in the end, a victory there for Evan Williams. But what we're seeing here from Joel Ascott is just a real planned approach to everything he does. And that will serve him well in the future against someone like Wills Donnelly, who at times a little bit more unorthodox. We'll just have to see which one's going to come through here. We've had Joel's been playing out of the XL club for quite a while, and Will's out of Taupo at the moment. Now that both players have felt their way into this match at 4 apiece, let's see who can actually grab the initiative. We're going to see a lot of long rallies like this. Joel just happy to stay in it, and a nice play. Taking the ball early and playing it early into the top forehand corner. And just in yesterday's match as well. Some players aren't very good at keeping the score on court. Joel Ascott is not one of those players. He will question the officials and say, "Are you sure that's the score?" And a nice play, just keeping his position in the center of the court. And that was the winning shot there. You can see in the replay. Oh, ball just picked up. So now as we're getting to the middle and beyond of this, the first game, you see both players just trying to pick up the pace a little bit. Get to the center of the court and dominate the rally. He's got the options now. Nice change of pace. Oh yeah, well played. Yeah, staying in the rally very well. Waiting for the right time and showing plenty of patience there. So now with the 3-point advantage, see how Donnelly can respond to that. So far another long rally, but this is a great squash rally. Just testing each other, using the side wall there on the backhand. Who's going to go across? No, not willing to do. Ah, there we go. Yeah, well played. Again, both players patient in that rally and looking for the opening. It took a while. And now with the 4-point lead in the first game, this is for 5th and 6th. Just looking at that one as it died away. Yeah, nice. Had Wills Donnelly guessing which way he was going to go, left or right. See Donnelly there checking where his opponent was. Doing a quick look behind. Still able to control the ball. And again, another long rally, but that's one back for Wills Donnelly. He doesn't go away easily, as we've seen, particularly against Anthony Lepper in the second round. Lepper probably thought he had the match. Well, he should have. He had 2 match balls. And now a game ball for Joe Larscott, the 21-year-old. Wearing the red, serving now. See what he can do with this. And good point there from Wills Donnelly. It was acknowledged. And certainly not out of this first game. Sure, he's got 4 game balls against him. We'll make that 3. So just tagged a couple back. And Joel Larscott knowing that he's got an advantage, but you don't want to let Wills Donnelly back in too much. He is. So that is about 4 points in a row that he's managed to scoot back, make that 5. Now, good effort to come back and just chipping away 1 point at a time and Perhaps the pressure goes back on Joel Ascot. He's had the lead for a considerable number of points, but has let it escape a little bit. Yeah, well played. And that's almost a relief there for Joel Ascot because he's taken the first game. He led about 5 points. Let's look at that final shot indeed. Ooh, gee, that was good there from Wills Donnelly initially, and then Joel Ascot using every corner of the wall he possibly could to take that first game. 11-9, nice comeback from Donnelly, but Joel Ascot holding strong in the end to take that first game of this, the 5th and 6th playoff. And an entertaining first game in favour of Joel Ascot, although he did let slip around about 5 points in a row. Wills Donnelly just chipping away to make it back to 9. In fact, it was 9-10 at one stage, so a real opportunity for him to almost take it back to 10. But Joel Ascot, a very classy angled shot to take the first game. And a stroke going against Joel in the first point. And let's see how Donnelly responds. Nice little comeback in the end of the first game and a good start to the second. He's got a stroke going in his favour and then a nice little drop there. It appears that he's trying to speed things up as much as he can in this, the second game. And changing pace as well. That's a good shot though, trying to change pace in that rally. However, Joel Ascot was up to it and then took the pace off and able to drop it down very much so that didn't get a bounce back. What's coming up after this match is the 3rd and 4th for the women's singles. And that's Sophie Hodges. She's, of course, the 4th seed, the 15-year-old from Hamilton. And a nice rally there, good retrieving from Donnelly. of disapproval from Joel Ascot to the officials. A bit of a shake of the head and saying, just emphasising the call. But as we were mentioning, the third and fourth playoff from 1 p.m. today. Sophie Hodges, the 15-year-old out of the Waikato. Fourth seed up against Lana Harrison, the third seed from Auckland. She was in the third and fourth playoff last year, actually, against Megan Craig. And doesn't have a PSA ranking at the moment, but has been inside the top 100. It'll be a real test for Hodges, as Harrison is known for not giving up, that's for sure, on any ball, and also hitting with plenty of power. So we'll have to see how Hodges, coached by Joanne Williams, how she can handle that sort of strategy. It's followed by the men's third and fourth, Tenwa Chalisi against Chris van der Sam, the third seed. And of course we have the finals after that, number 1 against number 2 in both men's and women's final. That's classy play there by Donnelly. Nice. Flicked it across his body, Joel Ascot, but Donnelly equal to the task. Oh yeah, well played. And no emotion from Joel Ascot there, despite his good shot. That's good play. Throughout this match, we have seen some very good play. Let's check on the replay. Yeah, well played. Took the pace off, kept it low. That's Joel Ascot there. And the red shirt about to serve. The error, the unforced error from Wills Donnelly. I think it hit our microphone down there. Bit of a clunk. You'll notice from Joel Ascot does hold the racket up, the grip, probably more so than anybody else. Some vary it throughout their shots, throughout the rally, but Joel just tends to keep it there the whole rally, the whole match. And everybody has their own different style, but certainly for Joel, it's noticeable more than others. It's like, well, hang on, where did that come from? And this is one of the things when you play against Wills Donnelly, it doesn't give you too many free points. You think you're up by 1 or 2, and he's back at you again and equal, as he is right now in this second game, and fought back very well in the first. In fact, he won 5 points in a row near the end of the first game. And no let given. Possibly the officials thinking that Wills could have gone at a different angle, and he probably was a little bit slow off the mark. You could see the look there from Joel saying, oh, is that the score? Maybe it could have been more. There we go. That's, yeah, you could see that from that Wills Donnelly was a little bit slow to really get going. Oh, there's the error. And that's what happens when you play against the higher ranked players. Evan Williams, when Joel Ascot took him on yesterday, a couple of unforced errors like that, and that's where Williams just pounces and just takes that lead. Doesn't give it up. starting to get very warm inside the centre as well. Ooh. And a no let call.
8-7.
So Donnelly in front. First time for a while. Long while, actually. Gee, well played. I think he thought he was pushing it. It came off. But one of those shots that you think, gee, if it comes off, I've got a winner. If it doesn't, And not forgetting that these two players are internationally ranked, albeit that they haven't managed to play as many matches as they would have liked over the last year. COVID putting an end to that. Joel Ascott at 233 in the world, and Wills Donnelly 301. Only a couple of years apart in age. Donnelly at 19 still, and Joel Ascott at 21. And what a fascinating rally so far. Both players probing, looking for the opening. They've tried just about everything. The high shot, more power. No one's managed to find that crack or that opening so far. And using just about every shot they could. Where's he going to go now? Yeah. Real perseverance there. Here's the replay of that final couple of shots. Yeah, there's... And a real shame there for Wills Donnelly. Got into such a great position and then played the ball pretty much back at himself. Anywhere else in the court, he might have had that point won. Instead, he let it slip. No arguing from either player on that one either. Nice play. Just been a couple of vital points there. We had the stroke going against Wills Donnelly, and then that particular winner. And it puts Joel Ascott in a good position. He struggled to finish off the first game. It was more through the determination of Wills Donnelly coming back at him. See what he can do here, whether he can win it in the first game ball. Great play. Oh, that's one way to save a game ball and stay in it. Let's have a look at that final few shots. Yeah, well played. Both players being tested as to which shot they can come up with to just create the pressure, create the opening. I think they're going through their full repertoire at the moment. And nice play now. Turns around, Wills Donnelly has the game ball. We've gone for one game ball in the favour of Joel Ascott and now one in favour of Wills Donnelly after a couple of great shots, great finishes. See what we can come up with here. Oh, well, there you go, folks. It's going to be one game apiece. And is Wills Donnelly coming back again. He seems to hold late and come back late in games. So congratulations there to Wills Donnelly. We're making it 1-1 in this, the 5th and 6th playoff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, certainly an exciting first two games. We've seen every shot possible in squash. Good-natured match so far with sets, games at one apiece. On each occasion, each game, we've seen Wills Donnelly come back and really put pressure on Joel Ascott. In the first game, Joel still won it. However, Wills Donnelly, 5 points in a row in the later stages there to challenge and put a bit of pressure back on Joel Ascott, even though he took that first game in the end. In the second game, again, Wills Donnelly down. In fact, he was down one game point, came back to win it. Oh. Now that's unfortunate for Wills Donnelly. He had himself in a good position there with Joel Ascott really on the move. So 12-10, the second game to Wills Donnelly. And this is the 5th and 6th, but there's still intensity out there, that's for sure. And letting people know that there is another match on the second court. You can watch that on the other other live stream. That is Luca Anga and Grace Heiners. And that's a playoff for 11th and 12th. And in this game already, Joel out to a 3-point advantage. Hasn't done necessarily much. He's just seen a couple of unforced errors from Wills Donnelly and good moves from Joel Ascott. Another good point there. So seems to have come out firing in many ways out of the break. And 5 love to Joel Ascott in this, the third. Started very strong. See what he can do now with Wills Donnelly. Just trying to play catch up in this, the third. He's got one back, Donnelly. Yeah, we'll just have to... He's notorious for being down and just edging his way back in, chipping away 1 point at a time. There we go, we've got the score correct. But chipping away, it's almost that he plays better when he's down. It's probably not the best way to actually be in any sport. But you really can't count Wills Donnelly out until you've won that final point. Again, another long rally between these two. And just the error there from Joel Ascott. He's up 5-1 anyway. Came out to a 5-love lead. As we were mentioning, though, or 6-1 lead, as we were mentioning that Wills Donnelly appears to play better when he's down in a game, as we've seen from the first game where he won about 5 points in a row after being down game ball, and also in the second game where he was down a game ball and came back and won it. And just a glimpse to the officials. And remembering which side they should actually be on. And these players get so into things as they go. It's a matter of, after a long rally, which side did we actually start from the last point? Okay, score back to 6-2 with Joel Ascott now leading. He did have a 5-point lead, 5 points to 0. And just checking on the score, checking on the slipperiness of the court. It's going to get humid again now as we get into these last 3 or 4 matches. Start to get pretty warm outside. Maybe not as humid as the last couple of days, which some players were really struggling with. Timwa Chalisi just commenting that he couldn't believe how much perspiration, how much sweat he was going through. Very unusual to have this. The national champs, late October, actually we're in November now. Well done there to Wills Donnelly, controlling the point so well, knowing that he was moving his opponent from one side to the other. And there's a replay there. Just Joel Scott couldn't quite get to that. So well played. Yeah, nice again from Wills Donnelly. A little scoop into the forehand corner up the front. Joel Arscott was able to get there. He just wasn't able to run all the way back, turn and run all the way back again to get the forehand drive from Wills Donnelly. Nice tactics. So Joel Arscott with the 8-4 lead. Can Wills Donnelly do one of his traditional comebacks? He's done it throughout matches in this tournament and even in this contest. And there's the service error. Wills Donnelly was onto it straight away and acknowledged by Joel Arscott. He knew he'd mucked it up there. The expression on Joel's face of how can you give a let to that? How can you go against me on that? Certainly, if Wills Donnelly had played that, it would have been dangerous. It was a lengthy rally to get that far. And once again, we're seeing the comeback from Wills Donnelly. He really does seem to play better when he's down. It's a dangerous way to be. Certainly, he's good at it. Let's see what he can do there. Oh, look at that. Great play again. Down by 3 or 4 points. Now equal. Oh. Not too sure what happened there. There was perhaps a little bit of the wall involved and just a bit of mistiming. And a refocus is what Joel Arscott really does need now. Wills Donnelly coming back from 2 or 3 points down and now 1 point ahead. He's just got that annoying length and stays in the rally. That's a better shot. fact, not a better shot. It was a better idea, just not executed that well. So the game ball to Wills Donnelly. See what he can do here to finish it off. And he does finish it off very nicely indeed. So Wills Donnelly now 2 games to 1 up. And joining me now is, we'll just have her joining me in 1 second. In fact, after. And full credit to Wills Donnelly. He's staged yet another comeback. In the first game, his comeback wasn't quite enough against Joel Ascot, and this the 5th and 6th playoff. The second game, well, it was enough. He had 1 game ball against him, and Wills Donnelly from the Taupo club came through to win that 12-10. In the third game, again, he was down by a couple of points and slowly just chipped away, and ate into the lead, and then eventually gained the lead himself to win the third game. And now Wills Donnelly, the 19-year-old, ranked 301 in the world on the PSA rankings, is ahead by 2 games to 1 against Joel Ascot there in the red shirt, serving now. But joining me for a bit of a chat about how this has worked and how this national championship here at the North Shore Squash Club has gone is Tyler Dubley, and great to have you. And you must be exhausted in a way.
Yes, definitely exhausted.
Well, you've also played 3 matches as well, or 4 matches.
5 matches.
5 matches. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, and also looked after the club as the manager. It's one of the more established squash clubs in Auckland, and one of the more, I guess, numbers-wise, it must be up there as well.
Yeah, we're very popular squash club. Probably the biggest, definitely biggest on the North Shore. But yeah, not sure how we rank with the rest of Auckland. But yeah, no, we're definitely lucky.
Popular. You're always having people playing squash, but also you have a lot of conferences or meetings you've got such a beautiful view over Lake Pupuki as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so anyone that's been to North Shore has probably seen our very amazing view. It's probably our best part of the club. Yeah. So it makes selling functions in the lounge very, very easy.
Well, you've got all the hospital facilities around you, from North Shore Hospital, plus all of those associated businesses and facilities, and they always want someone to meet and have their little conferences and things like that, don't they?
Yeah, and they love getting out of the little hospital meeting rooms and coming across to us. And we also have a bar, which the hospital doesn't, so I think they enjoy that as well.
Well, that's probably a good thing for a hospital not to have one. But yeah, what you've got is a social atmosphere here. It's been known for a number of years that you can play squash here and just quietly catch up with friends as well, whether it's on the court or off the court. And I believe this club is actually privately owned. Is that correct, or are you leased?
So the club owns the club. So we own the land and all the building and stuff. So we're very lucky there.
Wow.
I think they got a fluke when they first signed for the land. They didn't realise how popular this area would be.
Oh, yes. Lake view, anybody. And you can even see Rangitoto from where we're sitting right now. I can see across the lake and see Rangitoto in the harbour there. I'm sure there's a few developers knocking on the door just about every week for that as well. Have you been impressed with some of the squash you've seen? Oh, that's great. Oh, great retrieving. And, nice play. Wills Donnelly, great wheels from Joel Ascot, but, gee, Wills held the position there. And
It's just absolutely amazing to see this level of squash in New Zealand, eh?
oh, it's fantastic. I mean, you know, your father, no doubt, tells you some stories about his epic matches around.
He's definitely not that fast on court, though.
No, I've seen him limping around the court. We should explain to you, Father Gary is... I don't know, I saw his name on the honours board about 7 times, if not that, and then Masters, World Masters, and all sorts of other...
Yeah, he's actually just won his 10th New Zealand National Masters title.
So that's why he can't
weekend.
walk around.
That's exactly why he can't walk today, yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit of a nice play there, Joel Ascot. This match is really pumping up, and we're in the 4th with Wills Donnelly leading 2-1. And the crowd now is building up quite nicely. Well, of course, we still have the 3rd and 4th matches coming up next for both men and women, and then the finals, first final, 2 for the women, and that's going to be exciting. 1 versus 2, left-hander, right-hander, and then the men's final, left-hander, right-hander at 3 o'clock. You're looking forward to those finals? They should be fun.
Yeah, no offence to Lana, but Abby, being a North Shore player, has definitely got my support, so I'm hoping she can take it out.
Yeah,
but I get Emma.
Emma, yeah.
Not Lana, sorry.
Well, those 3 are really so tight when it comes to who's playing who's beating who.
Yeah, it just depends who shows up on the day, really. They've played each other so many times this year as well. So
Exactly, and we're getting into the heavy stages of this match, and it really seems to be around about the 5-all, 6-all that someone just tries to edge ahead. But every time Joel Ascot's tried to do it, Wills Donnelly just comes all against the wall, and the flexibility and movement of Joel Ascot is really one of his assets, but he's really been pushed around the court this time.
yeah, Wills is holding it and flicking it around and making him wait and pushing him in all different directions, which I think will definitely be his game plan, knowing how good Joel moves around the court.
Have you seen some of these players warm up? I mean, I'm sure you've seen Joel is a stickler for his warm up and his stretching, isn't he? A nice shot.
Yeah, definitely a lot more intense than my warm-ups, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think we'll give him the advantage of being a little bit more youthful than you in a nice way there.
But no, they definitely throw their bodies around a lot more than I do. But no,
Well, Wills Donnelly really just upping the tempo in this, the 4th game. He's now got the 8-4 lead, and all credit to him there. You can see he's pumped up.
Yeah, I made a mistake on the previous call, and we corrected it. You obviously didn't hear. It was 7
And
yesterday, it was now 8.
Joel is one of the players who actually does keep the score. A lot of players almost don't know the score when they're playing because they're so wound up in the rallies. Joel, he knows the score. He'll question it if they think it's not quite right, and there he's, fair call, just saying, are you sure about that?
Yeah, I find sometimes if you're thinking too much about the score, you forget about the game, and
Yes.
then otherwise if you're thinking too much about the game, you forget about the score. So, I don't know. I think forgetting about the score is quite a good thing, just playing it in front of you.
And the unforced error there, just tipping it too low, didn't need to quite go for that. Could have stayed in for another point. He was in the good position. So let's see whether Wills Donnelly can wrap this up. Oh, that's 2 or 3.
Just unforced errors, not needing to do that.
And you can see this is the first match ball for Wills Donnelly, the 19-year-old.
Sure.
Yeah, that one really bounced back low. Have you played on just about every court this tournament? You played so many matches. Did you find this particular court was playing faster or slower than anything else?
I think that's a bit above my level to notice that. All I know is the lower tins mean I miss a lot more shots moving to the front. No, you'd have to. I just know that it's hot. It's really hot on the court. You'd have to ask someone that knows a bit more about squash than that.
great shot to finish with as well for Will Donnelly there, and he's happy. He knows he had to work for it, and Joel Ascot will be disappointed. In the end, Will's put a top performance coming back in that second game for a game ball down, and then also in the third game he was down a couple of points there and just kept on coming. Here's a replay of that last shot, and fairly casual, just moving to it too quick and too much pace and too much angle on that ball. And before I let you go, Tyler, holding a tournament like this in the sense that it's 32 draw and people taking your photos here, you must be famous around here, Tyler.
My members laughing at me.
But for you guys holding this, is it a worthwhile event in the sense that whether you're probably not going to necessarily get new members, or you might, but just having the positivity around the club and club members seeing that?
Definitely, yeah. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a bummer that we didn't get the entire nationals with the all the lower grades.
Yes.
But with that, I guess it comes its positives as it is a kind of like an elite event. You've got all the top players playing. And so you don't really, the lower grades don't really interfere with that, so it makes it more of an elite event. But I think it's just absolutely awesome for our members. I've seen a whole bunch of our members come down all weekend to see this level of squash at the club, and just see the club vibing with everyone down here watching, supporting. Yeah, no, it's been fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
And a strange time of the year to actually have a squash tournament. I'm not sure how things, do they peter out a little bit usually on a early November, or how do things go here? Is it so strong?
For us, we have our club champs in November every year, so we do have that kind of as our last major event. But yeah, definitely the squash has definitely settled down, but normally by this time of the year.
Okay, and over Christmas as well, is there still Christmas functions held here or Christmas meetings and things like that?
Yeah, so over Christmas is our busiest time in the lounge with our functions, with all the Christmas parties and stuff like that. So hopefully this year with COVID, they're been cancelled, rebooked, so hopefully they'll get to go ahead. But no, we're still busy over Christmas, courts are busy, which is good.
And finally, it's one of the things that squash clubs or any sports clubs need to do. They can't just be sports clubs anymore, can they? Because they're just going to struggle with that.
Yeah, you definitely need all sorts of things. Like we've introduced racquetball now, so racquetball's come quite popular. We've luckily have a gym, we've got the function, so yeah, you definitely need to come with different ideas, because squash in itself is, as amazing as it is, it just doesn't run itself. It's not as viable as doing everything else, but no, it's not bad at all.
All right, Tyler, thank you very much for your time. I'll let you get on. You don't have any more matches to play, so
no,
you can take a rest. Tomorrow it's rest day for you after helping put together the club and a great tournament, and you can actually have a little bit of a rest as well from your body. We've seen you throw yourself around the court in 5 different matches, so I do appreciate your time, and we'll come back very shortly with the first of the 3rd and 4th playoffs. Well, we're starting now for the third and fourth playoff, the women's third and fourth playoff. It is already a fortuitous start in more ways than one. Sean Wigan, we had one serve that just hit and died, and then we had one that was lifted over the wall, basically. That's not really the comfortable, ease your way into the match kind of start, is it?
Yeah, that's a few interesting shots to start the match. You would expect it to come at some stage, but you wouldn't expect it first point.
Yeah, exactly. Well, in fact, Sophie Hodges had that in her semi-final against Emma Miller. In fact, I think it was the first 4 points all hit, and when died, probably not the technical...
Must be her shot.
Yeah, well, it was probably not the best technical description of Blair, but 4 in a row just hit and completely died in that corner, and it was Sophie and Emma both doing it, but 4 in a row, it was a little bit unusual. And just for anybody who's looking on the second court, we do have Elijah Thomas up against Mania Murphy-Fowl. Did you have a game against Murphy-Fowl yesterday? Was that you?
Yeah, I played Mania last night, had a 3-0 win there.
Yeah, so Elijah probably hasn't had the tournament that he would have wanted. He's had a, I'm sure he would have wanted to beat Joel in the first round, but that didn't go his way.
Yeah, he'll be a bit disappointed with how he went against Joel, and would also be a little bit disappointed with his result last night against Finn Trimble.
Yeah. You played this morning.
Yeah, I played Finn this morning, and we had a massive game this morning.
Yes.
Finn getting it 11-8 in the 5th set. We're both pretty much gone for the tournament, so happy we don't have any more matches.
Yeah, I mean, how many matches have you played?
I've played 5, so 2 on Friday, 2 Saturday, and 1 today.
Oh, goodness.
And I've had two massive 5-setters, and even though the others were in 3, they were pretty tricky as well. So.
Well, that's the sort of thing. It's been humid as well, which has zapped you probably more so than the length of a game at times. Just the extra perspiration and sweat. I mean, even for you today, you were running around quite a lot.
Yeah, well, because we were the first match on today, the ball was very new, so it was a lot more bouncy at the beginning, and especially on the courts, it was just flying on the courts. So didn't handle it too well at the beginning, but Finn got into it. But in the end, Finn just had a little bit extra in the gas in the end.
All right, we're looking at this particular match. So now that we're in about the 4th contest of the day on this particular court, the ball should be, what, a little bit softer or a little bit more heat coming through. So how will that affect the bounce of the ball?
Yeah, well, especially from these matches now, you'll probably get different ball each match. So, and especially with the conditions getting warmer now throughout the day, you'll start to maybe fly out a little bit more.
There was good work there from Sophie Hodges. Stayed in the point. Oh, goodness, there's not much you can do against that sort of power.
Well, Lana loves her power game, so you expect the ball to fly a lot in this game. I've seen a little bit of that so far already.
For Hodges, who also likes a bit of power, she's just going to have to focus on probably slowing it down a little bit, which may not really be her game. I don't know if she's going to out-hit Lana in this, will she?
Yeah, with Lana, you've got to mix your shots up. You can't just get into a bashing contest, because if you start doing that, she'll get in front of you, especially with that forehand.
Yeah.
That massive, like, look how hard that forehand was.
I mean, that's the temptation for particularly a youngster. Say, well, I can hit it hard too, and get into that battle, and that's where you could quite easily lose. So she's really got to focus on the game plan that Joe Williams would have given her, and listen to that game plan and actually put it into practice, maybe.
Well, you also think of how Abby Palmer last night played against Lana. She was able to mix her shots up and was able to mix the pace up, and Lana didn't quite get into the game as much.
I think that first game that we've just seen here with Lana Harrison winning 11-5 over Sophie Hodges, 15-year-old from the Waikato, probably indicates the speed of it, how it just started really quickly. First point to Hodges, and then bang, it was away for Lana. She just piled on a few points and made it very difficult.
I think after that first point, I think she won like 4 or 5 in a row. So she was able to get a good lead there and take a little bit of pressure off her.
Well, we're going to have a look at the matches coming up, and well, there's only 3 more remaining. Tinwa Chalisi, the 3rd and 4th playoff against Chris van der Sam, the 3rd seed, How are you going to see that one going? You think?
Yeah, it's been a very tough tournament for both players.
Yep.
Chris, of course, had a massive game against Lance Meadows yesterday morning. That match going to 5 and sort of showed in his semi-final against Luamba. Didn't quite have the same. Didn't
the
quite
energy,
go
the
as
zap
high.
wasn't there, was it?
Yeah, and then Temwa would have taken a lot from his semi against Evan as well. I didn't see the match because I was playing at the same time, but looking at the sound of it, wasn't his best performance, but
No, it's
yeah.
I mean, Evan knew how to play
Yeah.
it. He was smart, used his experience
Yeah.
how to play it. Well, what about the finals? The women's final, you've got the left and the right, the one against the two, and Emma Miller. Those two played so many times. It sometimes just comes down to on the day between those two, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
well, Abby will be hoping the home court advantage will give her a bit of help there.
Is it really that much of an advantage when all squash courts are same measurements?
Every court's different as well. It's sort of like with any sport, you might, when you go to, especially in squash, because sometimes the balls can be a little bit different and the bounce. Yeah, and you know your court very well. So for Abby, she would have done a lot of training over the years on this court, so she'll know how she needs to play. So we see Sophie getting off to a massive lead here early.
And just a little smile. I don't know if that's a smile of relief or, gee, how did I do that? Or just, she can't stop smiling. Maybe it's that she's in the third and fourth playoff.
Well, she probably would have not expected to make it this far at this young age, so she'll be very much taking this opportunity right now, and she's certainly starting to step it up a bit more, trying to take the ball a little bit earlier. In the first game, maybe just let Lana dictate a little bit too much, but she's certainly taking...
Well, the pressure does go on Lana Harrison right now, and very much so, 6-1.
Another thing with Lana is she makes a lot of mistakes in a row, as you've seen in this game. So if you just keep piling the pressure on, you'll see a lot of mistakes.
It's hit or miss, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why you've just got to keep piling the pressure on.
I mean, Sophie Hodges is the fourth seed, but in the experience probably isn't the fourth seed. You could say there might be players better or not, but it's just, hey, you're the fourth seed. Let's see if you can continue on and prove it.
She's had to work hard to make it this far like anyone else, so she's done well to make it this far, and she'll be taking a lot from these matches. Like she would have learned a lot from her match against Emma yesterday, and now she'll be
that's good play.
using that experience from yesterday, see what she can improve on for today, and clearly, especially now, it's starting to show in the second game.
Well, Sean, Lana's really going to have to watch out now. It's 7-4, make that 7-5 with the ball just fading away there in the forehand corner. But Lana's going to have to play some solid shots, and as I say that, she does.
Yeah, well, for her, she'll just keep powering through. She won't change her game that way because she doesn't really know how to play much else. So just hitting the ball hard.
The thing is, she'll admit that, so it's not like we're saying anything she doesn't know.
You can see now just maybe being a little bit more control, but still trying to hit it as hard as she can. Keeping Sophie at the back. Bit of a loose one there.
That's better to slow it down just a bit more. She can slow it down, Sophie.
That was a nice shot there to win that point.
So back to 7-all. And nice little comeback there from Lana Harrison.
Yeah, just a bit short there from Sophie in this point. Just a few short drives there, just letting Lana get ahead.
As someone who has very good footwork, Sean, what I've just seen in this match so far is that perhaps Sophie just needs to do one more half step sometimes to the ball. She does the nice lunge, but it's not always enough when you're up against this much power.
Well, when you're playing someone with a lot of power in the shots, you want to use that. You want to use that power when you hit, and that's when you've got to try and take it early and take that time away from your opponents, and they don't have time to recover. If you sort of let the ball go to the back too often, you're just adding that extra time for them to prepare. So like you saw that point, just maybe slowed down a bit too much, and Lana was able to whip a massive backhand cross court, which was just...
So you should be thinking of a vision in front rather than, as much as you can, rather than letting the ball go past you. If you can take it in front of you, it will help.
Yeah, you always want to try. One of the main goals when you play squash is always to try and take the ball as early as you can.
Yep.
So you want to take that time away.
Well, game ball, but it has been initially a nice fight back from Lana Harrison, a couple points back again from Sophie Hodges. She got into a little bit of a I can hit it hard, can you battle. And yeah, there you go. Yeah, Lana Harrison putting herself in a good position there. A nice fight back, and she has taken, here's the replay of that game point.
Yeah, good setup there with that nice drop.
I think Sophie, yes, she got to it, but it was very hard to recover from that, and you're going to have to be sprinting back and then...
Yeah, and with Lana, that shot's her bread and butter pretty much. You can't really do anything with that.
No, I don't, even you might have struggled to run that one down, Sean.
No, I would have probably not got to that either.
Exactly. All right, coming back with the third game in just one moment. So a very exciting comeback from Lana Harrison, down by quite a number of points in that second game there, Sean Wiggin, but then just did her natural game. She did a little bit off to start with in the second, and then natural game pulled her back and gave her the advantage to take that second game.
But credit to Sophie in that last game as well. She took the ball maybe a little bit earlier at the start second, giving Lana less time to play her shots, but now as the game starts to slow down, maybe just starts to suit Lana just a little bit to set it up. Good lead here for Lana. Yeah, Lana just starting to move Sophie around just a little bit in this game here.
Yeah, just the experience coming through to try and move the younger opponent. And
yeah.
Oh, that's a bit ball. A little bit of variety and somehow staying in that shot.
Well, it's also what you get told to do in between games. You always have someone on your side just telling you what to try in the next game, and you can tell what.
We've got Joe Williams working with Sophie Hodges, former international player for New Zealand and very respected coach out of the Cambridge club in the Waikato. Oh, that's two mistakes there on the forehand side for Lana Harrison. And perhaps just give Sophie Hodges a little bit more confidence.
And one thing Sophie won't do is she won't give up. She'll keep going until she has no energy in the tank.
What I really want to see from Sophie Hodges now is in the next tournament, whenever that may be, that she comes out and shows the development from having played Emma Miller and from having played Lana Harrison and from having been around these players, and that comes through.
Well, now with not too many tournaments going on, this summer break now, you'll get that opportunity to maybe just do a little bit more little bit more development, not necessarily on the court, but just sort of work on your fitness, work on your speed and agility a bit, so then you're able to be a little bit fresher on the court next time you play. A little bit of a hard one there.
Yeah. And Delana Harrison using that corner very well. That's 3 in a row.
Good retrieving from Sophie though. That's a nice shot there.
Well, it was good up until that shot. In fact, there was a ball up near the forehand wall that Sophie Hodges went for, where her racket was almost dragging along the ground as she just lifted it slightly over the tin.
Yeah, she'll be feeling it after that rally. Did a lot of moving there, and I think starting to show.
And just some positional play there from Sophie. Just wasn't quite right in the end and giving away the point.
Lana just gives away the serve there, but don't usually see that in this level.
No. Oh.
Well, right idea. Just didn't quite get the execution right there.
Well, coming up to game ball for Lana Harrison. This is the 3rd and 4th playoff. The men's 3rd and 4th, of course, is Temwa Chalisi. And he is up against Chris van der Sar. And congratulations there to Lana Harrison. In straight games, she finishes 3rd at the national champs. And Sean Wiggin, let's have a look at that last point. No, we saw the opening of the door a couple of times. That's fine. They managed to come through it, so that's all that matters. Sean, was that what you expected?
Yeah, well, Lana was always going to have too much experience in this game, and I guess for Sophie, it's just learning from the opportunity she would have had, just like her match with Emily yesterday. She would have taken a few positives out of that game, especially from the second game, but there's certainly be a lot of things she can work on, just looking back at the tape.
Well, Sean, we didn't ask you your opinion of the men's final. We've talked about the 3rd and 4th Temwa against Chris, and then Emma Miller against Abby Palmer. But the men's final later on today from 3 o'clock, Evan Williams against Luamba Chalisi. What can we expect from that? Because I'm not too sure. I mean, we know how each player plays.
Well, Luamba would have taken a lot of confidence from a few weeks ago when they met in Pamir.
Yes.
Of course, Luamba getting the win there over Evan 3-1, which I think a lot of people back then was very surprised, but that will give Luamba a lot of confidence going into this game. And I guess
such a cool character. He walks in looking very trendy, very cool, very relaxed. No, I can't get inside his mind, but he certainly looks that way.
And what will also show in this game is, Evan will feel like this is his best opportunity to win the national champs as well, because of course Louis continues to improve as well, so he won't get many more opportunities like this. So he'll be certainly giving it his all today to try and get the win. So it'll be very interesting to see how this one goes. So
you're suggesting it's almost a 50-50 on this one, or
yeah, it'll be a tough. Yeah, I wouldn't probably bet my money on this one. It's going to be a tough one to call.
And the very loud door that comes through like an explosion. No, it wasn't an explosion. That was just a very loud door. So we've got the men's 3rd and 4th coming up in just a few minutes' time. Temwa Chalisi against Chris van der Sar.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. With expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
now starting the third and fourth playoff for the men's draw. And Sean Wigan, we've already discussed it's going to be a very interesting contest with Temwa Chalisi in the orange against Chris van der Sam in the red. Both players have had exhausting tournaments so far. But Sean, is there anything particular we should watch out for between these two players? Anything that's going to stand out that we should see?
Well, of course, Chris's big advantage is he can reach out very well on the ball. It's really, when I've played him, I've had so much trouble getting the ball past him. He just takes one long step and then there he is. It's just so frustrating when playing someone like that. So it's going to be very, for Tim's, he need to try and really get in front of him to avoid.
What's his height, do you think? About 6'2" or 3"? He seems,
really, if not taller than that.
yeah, he's a lanky lad. Plenty of strength though across the shoulders. He seems to be able to hit a hard ball when he needs to.
Well, that's why it's one of his biggest strengths, because he can, as well as step to the ball pretty easy, he can take the ball really just like that. You know, really nice.
Doesn't give out too much emotion on court. Fairly stony face most of the time, even against Lance Bedos, which is difficult to do. You know, there was a few times he questioned, but generally he's fairly blank face. We'll see how it goes now.
Well, he'll have a few discussions with the ref at some stage, but Tim's might do the same thing. Sort of both their characters, and that's certainly not a.
Let's see if we can get a replay of that. I'm not sure. Well,
So it sounds like Chris is giving just a let there, saying that it might go onto the side wall. That's why it's a let, where if it went to the front wall, automatically that would be a stroke.
did the players decide themselves and not even consult with the referees? It seemed they were deciding about what things were.
Well, you don't want to, especially at the start of the game, you don't normally see too much drama on the court. You just, these two know each other pretty well as well, so you know you don't.
Well, we're going to see a little bit of traffic down the middle. Unlike Wells and Joel, they didn't seem to have that so much because they were, you know, smaller physicality. Whereas here already, we've seen these two, a lot of body checking. Not in a way to try and...
Well, they'll both be trying to get in front of each other, so... And they're both...
Bigger guys, aren't they?
You know, they're both slightly bigger, so they'll take much longer steps to get to the ball, so it makes them even a little bit quicker in that sense to take the ball early.
And we'll probably see that between Evan and Luamba a little bit as well. You think there'll be a bit of physicality?
Yeah, well, Louis will be a bit more patient with his game as well. Unlike these two, which will really try and take the ball a bit earlier. Louis will slow the ball down just a little bit when he needs to, just to get some rhythm. But when he needs to, he will start to step forward, especially later in the game.
So far, early stages, nothing really from either player to say, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to win it, and the error comes in there.
Well, it's important when you start a game, you just want to start getting your rhythm just a little bit before you try and go for anything spectacular. So you could see that last drop there. Maybe late in the game that will sort of start to come off, but maybe just a bit of rustiness early in the game. That's a nice drive there from Temwa. And watch the replay of that. Really holding that ball very well and getting a good strike on it. Tim's getting a good lead here now, 5-2.
And Temwa made it through this way with a victory over Zach Miller. Check the draw. Actually, there have been so many matches over the last 3 days, you forget which day was which.
He had a good win against Zach yesterday in the quarterfinals. Before that, he had a pretty good win over Finn Trimble in the round of 16 as well. So he had a lot of confidence going into this match. A few very good results here.
Yeah, win over Finn Trimble and then a win over Zach Miller, but defeated in straight games by Evan Williams. So
That's a nice shot there.
Sets himself up nicely, but well retrieved. And even with his height, Chris wasn't able to take that on the full, preferred to let it bounce off the bit.
The ball just bounced a little bit too high up there. Probably a fair call there with the stroke.
Yeah. It was a stroke, I guess. You could question it.
Well, another thing he didn't do quite as well is he didn't try and attempt to get away, and that's one thing the refs are very strict on, is seeing at least an attempt to try and get away from the ball. He didn't quite do it on that occasion, so the stroke's probably a fair call.
Now that shot was asking to be put away. Was it best to try down low and down the backhand wall, or should he go across?
Has made just maybe a few mistakes with that shot recently.
So 2 unforced errors have given a handy lead now to Temuera Chalisi. And he'll be frustrated with that, Chris. Oh.
Thames gives one back.
Yeah.
So guess that. One thing also to know about Thames is he does have these moments in games where he can maybe just...
Yeah, 2 or 3 unforced errors that he gives away just about every game.
Yeah.
And if you're a better opponent, like Evan Williams the other day, he was able to capitalize on that and said, hey, I've got 2 to 3 free points every game.
And Chris will know that as well from past experiences, so he won't want to give too many points away too easily. Try and force Temuera to win the points, especially later in the game. Oh, nice pick up there. Did well to get back into that point there.
He did.
Made it look easy at one point.
Here's the replay of that shot. Perhaps he just decided to just slash it. You look at that. I wouldn't call it almost a legit shot. It was I'll just have a go at it.
Yeah, he wasn't in the great position, so then that was probably the only shot he could really do. It suddenly backfired on him.
Yes. And there we go. That is a game ball. The first game ball, and a good effort so far in this. And in fact, that was quick. Just wrapped it up very quickly, Temuera Chalisi. That's the first game, and Sean, yeah, it really was even Steven for a while, and then quick few errors from Chris to help Temuera Chalisi go through.
Well, Chris would have felt a lot from his game against Lance yesterday as well, and it showed yesterday against Louis as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes back from this game here.
All right, we'll be back with the second game in just one moment. Well, Sean Wigan, a stable, steady Tenwa Chalisi to take the first game of this, the third and fourth playoff. What can Chris do to come back now? I mean, it's a very broad question, isn't it?
Well, the key thing for him after that first game will be to try and cut out the mistakes. Like, there were shots that were probably on, but he just wasn't quite getting the execution right, maybe going for too much.
I don't think Tenwa did anything too exceptional in that first game. He didn't hit a raft of winners or anything like that,
Yeah,
did he?
and that's where you got to just go back to the drawing board, get the basics right first, and then when you start going for your shots, just maybe just don't go too risky. Still go for your shot, but just maybe a little bit higher just to get that confidence later in the game. So you see that drop before, you know, he would have gone a little bit harder maybe later in the game, but
Yeah,
just get
got a
that
shot.
confidence. So it's setting him up, still setting him up for that next shot.
There's
So
the replay here.
it's like you'll see him go a little bit lower later in the game, but it was a good setup for him, and was able to put the next shot away pretty comfortably. And another thing to note is Chris will have a little bit more experience from Tenwa, being a lot older than him, so he'll know.
You can see the angle here on the winner from Tenwa. Yeah, it looked as though he was going to dip it into the forehand corner, disguised it very well,
Yeah,
and flicked it across to the back.
Set it up for him pretty well as well. So.
And the let on that one. Both players certainly starting to sweat. There's that lob serve. Seems to work most of the time for Tenwa. Every now and then he just gets a bit too much height on it. But so far pretty good. And, well, he got to it. But
Yeah, it was a pretty tough shot to get back. It was pretty tight there from Chris there, so. Chris starting to make Tenwa move a little bit more in this game. Starting to bring in the short game a little bit more now.
just a slower rally, this one. You can see both players taking their time.
And very nice shot there from Chris there. Would have taken a lot of confidence from the earlier points, and then you can start going a little bit harder.
Well, what he was able to do, just regulated the pace, pulled it back quite a way, didn't he? And, no hard shots. He doesn't need to do that just yet.
And certainly that shot's now starting to come off. Made a lot of mistakes with that backhand drop in the first game, but now he's starting to make a few more now.
Oh.
Mistake there from Tenwa.
Okay, that's number one. Let's see if he can get to his number 2 or 3. You know, we've been predicting 2 or 3 each game. I mean, it's a bit harsh, but I'm sure he's very aware of it.
You know, everyone makes mistakes from time to time, but it's how you avoid.
He's got to cut those out, though, because that is something that his opponents know that they can probably get away with. It's going to be
and it can be a big. It can change the momentum of the game very easily as well. So you can see here already it's 7-2 now to Chris in this game, where he was all over him in the first.
Oh, that's good reach.
Yeah, both can reach the ball pretty well there.
Number 2. I'm counting them now. I'm very harsh on this one, but Tenwa would probably agree, and he's a very honest player about his own performance at times. And a nice crowd coming in so far today, creating a bit of heat. Gee, they're climbing all over each other there. Now that traffic, there's the almost
nice
dive.
pick up there. Makes that look pretty easy there.
Oh.
Looked right in trouble, and just that massive leap forward just makes it look too easy there.
There we go. Let's have a look at this point. And there's the leap, almost dive.
Like just 2 steps makes it look too easy.
Exactly. Well, when you've got a bit of height, you can do that. And comprehensive lead in this, the second game. It really has switched around a lot. See what we can do here for 10-1. Come back and just call for the out. Yes. All right, so game ball. About to make it 1 game apiece. The 3rd seed, Chris van der Sar, beaten fairly easily in the semi-finals yesterday. Let's see what he can do here. Keeping it in.
Nice pick up there.
Oh. Using the both, and both players really slowing it down.
Oh,
too
yeah,
much.
the opportunity there as well. Did all the hard work.
I'd be frustrated with that one because he did have the ball on his strings. He had either direction, either into the forehand, instead went for the backhand and kept it too low. So he still has game point.
Still got
6 of them.
Still got 6 of them. And gets it on the next one. No let there.
And no let, no nothing there. So Timo Chalisi, well, you dropped that one. And his second game, 11-4 to Chris van der Sar. It's 1 game all. Now entering into the 3rd game of this, the 3rd and 4th playoff. We've got Timo Chalisi in the orange and Chris van der Sar in the red. A nice comeback in that second game for Chris there, Sean Wigan. It was pretty comprehensive. He did everything right.
Yeah, Chris cut out the mistakes in that second game. Probably made too many in that first game and was able to take advantage in that second game. That backhand job certainly was on point. And we'll take a lot of confidence from that. Chris does have a tendency to have slow starts in a lot of his games, so it'll be interesting to see if he can keep going there.
And the yes let, the call, pretty much saying, repeating it, saying, let's get on with it.
Yeah, bit of banter on the court as well. Chris saying he would have had a better shot if Tenwa didn't hit him.
Yeah, that's a pretty good reason. And playing down the backhand wall. And I was going to see if any player switches, and there you go from Tenwa.
If you're Tenwa here as well, you'll need to go back to basics. Made a few too many mistakes in that last game. He'll know Chris has got a lot of experience, so he'll just need to go back to the basics, try and get his game going again. So give a let there. Still 2-1 to Chris there.
Nice change of direction from the forehand. And Chris able to switch direction.
Nice shot there from Chris, just holding it up a little bit. Yeah, bit of a loose shot there from Chris on that occasion. Just setting it up a bit too easy and didn't quite do well. Didn't try to do that well to get out of it, so probably a fair call there with the stroke.
And too much on the left as well. Both players quite tight there to the forehand corner.
Tenwa just getting a few points here. Hope you get him a little confidence here.
He's taking the pace off both players. We've seen a couple of real tactical rallies in this match. Oh, you can see the direction change there. Chris going to the forehand, then having to come back to the backhand.
Chris is very good at slowing the ball down when he needs to. When he just gets starts getting a little bit tired, just knows when to just give himself that extra bit of time to get back into the rally. So he had a few big points. Maybe just getting a little tired, so just was able to slow down and on that occasion forced the error of Tenwa, trying to do too much with the volley. Ooh. Oh, nice drop there from Tenwa.
Both players just feeling their way back into this, the third game. It seems to be until about 5-all, maybe 6-all. And then one player's able to just climb that ladder a little bit more and grab a bit more. But
yeah, well, this third game's going to be very crucial for both players.
Oh, of course.
Because, of course, 2-1 lead is very crucial in any game.
And by that stage, the legs will be getting a little bit tired as well. It's starting to get a lot warmer in the clubhouse. Not quite as humid as the last couple of days, but it's still certainly warm, isn't it, Sean?
Yeah, the ball's still flying on the court. Certainly was in my game earlier in the day. And
you got the first game of the day, didn't you? That was even before 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that was 9:40 we started. And yeah, it was probably going a bit too fast for both of us.
Yeah, it was one of those very early games. Any match you play prior to 10 is an early game for a squash player, I think.
Oh, I've heard people complaining about playing at 11. I'm just going to tell them about this match here now.
So just calming down a little bit after the second game where we saw a lot of very quick rallies and a lot of fast points. And these players willing to take their time during the rally and just look for the gap. Of course, we do have the women's final coming up after this. Oh,
very tight there from Chris. Slowed the ball down a little bit to make sure it gets tight to the wall.
And when you've got a shot that's so tight like that, the temptation, you want to go forward, but it's indecision about whether it's too tight for the wall to actually take a proper swing, isn't it?
Well, you're taught to focus more on getting the ball tight to the wall rather than just get it low or high, because you know there's much more benefit if you can get the ball tight to the wall because it can set you up later on. So even just slowing the ball down just to make sure it stays tight. So even for top players, it can be a bit too much for them from time to time. Nice lob there from Chris.
Oh, just a little drop.
Taking,
Well played from Temuera. No.
oh, a bit lazy there. Tried to, hoping to trick Temuera there, but
Well, he pulled him in, but
yeah, not enough deception there.
yeah.
And you can see Chris just trying to slow it down a little bit. Suddenly starting to shot.
Both players doing the walk around. I mean, you do your traditional walk around after every single point, just about around the whole court. And
the ref's had enough now. Want Chris to get on with it.
yeah.
Expect the game now to maybe just speed up a little bit as we get later into the game.
To change direction there, Chris, been moved around the court. And
yeah, just a little bit of traffic, probably a fair call there.
so Temuera was expecting a stroke on that. Would have been.
Yeah, he originally went the wrong way, so it didn't look that balanced. So I think the let was a fair call. There was a little bit of traffic, so.
Let's see what we can do now with players tight on the score. This is really the key. If you can get out to 7-5 or you can make it to 6-all, it does become a key point. And
Yeah, this is a very crucial stage of the match now, because if you can get a 2-1 lead, it'll help both players a lot, especially physically and mentally.
oh, that's a nice touch. It's a very good touch.
Very nice shot there from Chris. That's
It was high risk though.
yeah. Well, that's
Here we go with the.
That's a shot
Quite
he-
the replay, but
that's one of his bread and butter shots. Usually, it's one of his favorite shots. Just able to just lean out there and get really good touch on the ball. That's why I hate playing him so much, because he just hits that shot every time against me. It's just that good. Oh, that's so well to get back into the point there.
yes.
Then misses the easy one.
And let's have a look here.
So he did very well to get that one back. Great reaction there.
And it was a sit. Well, was it a sitter? It was just one of those shots that if you do miss it, you well, frustration, as you can see. And no one in this game able to take the initiative. And just staying in. Both players using the lifted, and I was just about to say, using the lifted shot to good effect.
A bit too much there. Bit loose there.
Yeah, I think probably.
He originally went the wrong way around.
Yeah. Well, here's the replay on this, and let's judge whether this is a.
Some might say it's a little harsh there, but originally you actually tried to go around Temuera. So that's probably a fair call there.
Probably a little slow off the mark as well. Took a loping stride. I mean, I know that's his tendency with his height. A little slow off the mark.
And that could be a very crucial moment in this game as well.
Yeah.
Temuera getting 3 game balls here now.
So let's just check on that point.
Really nice post to set it up, and then really nice counter drop there to put away.
Oh. Temua's had the winning of this.
Yeah, had a lot of space there to play.
I mean, the only time that he was going to be in trouble is if he played it straight back into that corner. He did have
Well, he
space.
would have known where Chris is. He could
Yeah.
have just hit a straight drive there. Just,
Yeah.
and I don't think Chris was even going to attempt to try and go for it. So,
Well, Chris did very well recovering from a misjudgment of the serve where he had to circle around and get it back. And then there was another occasion in that point where he had to recover again.
see how Temua handles it in this game, in this point.
Yep. Yeah, that one very close to the wall and then just kept on rising and touching the wall above the line. So a couple of points back for Chris as Temua still has the game advantage, the game point.
Yeah,
And there we
and
go.
again, there's a good example of Temua just maybe losing a little bit of focus there, just maybe made the wrong call of the let there, and then giving away 2 easy points.
Oh. Wow. Sean Wigan. And that was, you can see on the replay, plenty of options. Just played it too
Yeah,
tight,
just
didn't
didn't quite get the execution right there. Was a good option there, just didn't quite get it right there. Temua getting another game ball here, 11-10.
That's much
Yeah,
better
well
play.
played there from Temua. Nice job to put it away.
Wow.
And we'll be relieved to get that game after having a 10-7 lead there. Had the opportunity as well to put away at 10-7 as well.
Now, he just needs to get off the court. Wants to get off the court, just slow himself down and actually talk his way through. And that is Temua Jalisi taking the second game. And he's now up 2-1. Well, Sean Wigan into the fourth game of this, the third and fourth playoff. It's been fairly intense, particularly when you get a 12-10 like that. You've had Temua Jalisi dominating the first, and then a reversal of fortune with Chris van der Sam coming back in the second. third, as you can see from the 12-10. That tells the story, doesn't it? It could have gone either way, a couple of little errors here and there.
Yeah, and of course, Chris. Yeah, it's a very that's a bit of a tough call for me, in my opinion. Tenwa going straight back into Chris's line there.
And discussions coming through.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a tough one, in my opinion. I think Tenwa went into Chris's path. I think he didn't really have any other option to get around. I think that should have been a stroke, personally.
And we're getting a bit of traffic down the middle. We will get a bit more traffic down the middle as well. Both these lads fairly solid. A nice slide into that one. We've had much quicker point. We've had a change of shirt from both players.
Yeah, of course, it gets pretty humid on the court. I certainly know how it feels. Definitely need a change of shirt at some stage in the game.
A lot of players out there right now, a lot of fans there is right now in the crowd, and they're creating a bit of heat.
Of course, there might be a little bit more heat very soon for the two finals following this game.
Not too far away with the 1 and 2 seeds in both the men's and the women's final. The women's final up next. That is Emma Miller, the top seed, up against Abby Palmer from the North Shore Club, the second seed. And then in the men's final, two very highly ranked players with Evan Williams, top 100 player, the top seed up against Luamba Chilisi, ranked at 144.
Tenwa getting a good lead here in this game. 3-love, few very quick points. Well, no doubt after sneaking the third game would have gotten a little bit of confidence, taking a little bit of pressure off him. As another nice shot there. Maybe able for him now to just maybe free up a little bit more, go for shots a little bit more in this game, and certainly come to full effect so far.
Well, Sean, you'd think that with a 4-love lead, you should have plenty of confidence. He should have that, but it's also the pressure is still on Tenwa, because he's got that lead. He knows I can take this, but it's not for certain, and particularly against someone like Chris who can come back at you.
Well, Chris is very, very smart with his game as well. He very good at slowing the ball down when he can, but Tenwa doing a very good job here, trying to speed it up right now. Trying to make the shots very quickly.
And we have Tenwa there just explaining to the officials this was what was happening. If you didn't see it, I can tell you what happened.
Yeah, it's some of the players sometimes need to be careful. They don't get too involved with the referees because it can backfire later on in the game. That one probably was a bit of a harsh one as well. Maybe just a little bit of traffic. I would have given a let off probably on that one, but that one was a bit of a tricky one to call as well.
Well, as we were saying, you can have that lead. However, Chris can come back at you, and all it takes is a little loss of concentration, maybe one error, or maybe a good shot from Chris.
And Tim says, as we saw in that third game, he had a 10-7 lead. Call didn't quite go his way.
Yep.
And suddenly it was 10-all just like that. So certainly seeing it happen once more, 5-2. Had a bit of a call go against him, and now suddenly it's 4-5. Oh, nice shot there from Chris. Good.
Well, Tenwa staying in the rally. And that's double bounce there. And well done from Chris Vandersand, the third seed. Just checking on the replay. He's able to take a bit of pace off on this drop. And knowing that Tenwa was quite a way back on the court.
I think they gave a let that day. I thought I heard a let.
Oh, it looks as though it was.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a very interesting call there.
Yeah, it looked okay.
I thought it was too good a shot, to be honest.
Yes. But there wasn't any protest from Chris.
Yeah, there was no protest. So
no, not quite. So certainly a lot of intensity here. It may not be of hard hitting or anything like that. It's just the pace slowing down is actually making it more intense in many ways.
Yeah, well, Chris likes to slow down later on in the games. that's when he sort of starts to find his game a little bit more, when he's able to slow it down. For Thames, he'll be trying to keep that pace going just a little bit more, because he'll know he probably has a little bit extra fitness. Very nice shot there from Chris. Didn't go too much for that drop, but just made sure it was just tight enough to make it tricky for Thames to get that ball back.
Oh, that's a better shot.
Another good drop there from Chris. Few good drops here in this last few points.
This is the third and fourth playoff at the National Squash Championships at the North Shore Squash Club in Auckland. And we have seen many very tight and very good matches from day one. That was just Friday, 2 matches apiece on Friday, 2 yesterday, and now just 1 match for players today. And for you, Sean Wiggin, well, you played 5 matches over the last 3 days. Some of them very lengthy. For these players as well, they've all played a 5-set or something close.
Well, I think what makes this such a good event this year is how close everyone is to each other playing-wise. So you've had nearly every round there's always been a tight match, regardless who's involved. So, like, I've had 2 big 5-setters this tournament, and no doubt everyone here has, at some stage, had a big match.
Just checking on the replay of this particular one. And Tenwa setting himself up very nicely in that point. We're going to keep on pushing forward and control the tempo.
Crucial 8-6 lead here now for Thames. He'll make sure he can keep going here.
And was he calling for a check on a double bounce there?
Well, good reactions here. Yeah,
No lead on that.
can't really do anything with that shot.
Yeah. I don't think you could call a lead on that. It was good recovery.
Yeah, just trying to milk maybe a let there.
Yeah, I think he was trying to milk that one. Oh, that serve took a long time to come down. Oh. Your opinion on that one, Sean?
Yeah, it was a little bit of traffic there. I think there could have been a bit of better effort from both players.
Yeah.
Probably a fair call there. Oh, what a shot.
Yeah.
What a time to bring it out as well. Egyptians would love this shot.
Yeah, it's very much the style of the Egyptians at the present time. Nice change of direction.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, 2 great
Uses
shots.
uses that reach out so well.
2 great shots, brings them back in, and the pressure goes back on Tenwa Chalisi.
You can just look here. Doesn't do too much to reach out, but his backhand drops certainly starting to go very well. That's probably been his best shot today.
And both players calling for lets or at least checks on shots.
I think Tenwa was arguing a double bounce, and I think Chris just wasn't happy that he was making noise in between the rally.
Well, Tenwa, you've let a lead slip. It was 3-point lead there.
To be fair, on this occasion, Chris has some ridiculous shots here
Yeah, exactly.
to get back into this game. So I think he can take it a little bit easy in this occasion.
Oh, that's
But he's
well,
certainly picked up some great shots here.
well, he dominated the middle there and had the option on the shot to go wherever he wanted.
And that was a good setup at that cross court, moving Tenwa around, and he's now got game ball here. But then, yeah, he's tried that a few times. They've not come off. So,
I mean, he didn't really need to do that shot then, did he?
well, he's been going on a good run. You don't really want to be giving away those cheap points, especially stage of the game. All very close here going out.
Yeah, they're playing very close to the line.
Yeah, nice shot there from
Yeah.
Thames.
I don't think there's any way you can call for anything on that one, Chris. Beaten by pace.
It's a match ball here, 11-10.
It's certainly been just wiping the sweat from his brow. I think both players just need to refocus on this one. Certainly been a close encounter in many ways. We're only in the 4th game. See if you can wrap it up on the first game ball.
Oh, Chris going for it.
And
that's enough.
That was Tim Wild with a strong forehand down the wall. And a good win in 4. So that is 3rd place at this National Championships for Tim Chalisi, defeating Chris van der Sam in 4 games. And Sean Wigan, a great effort there by Tim Chalisi.
Well, Tim did well in both the 3rd and 4th games, just to stay focused when he needed to. Of course, Chris did very well to come back in both games and was just able to just hang on till the end.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back very shortly in probably about 5 minutes' time with the women's final, Emma Miller against Abby Palmer.
Run around a lot. You can go up. I might get something like that. Take me a seat here somewhere.
I'll sit where you were.
No, he didn't. Oh, it's Ross. So I've got it by email, so he said none of the team wants to play him. So I asked him to go. Yeah. So I didn't go through that. We did put it, like a sort of email.
Yeah, I just assumed that Pim was the team.
We ended up with 2 teams, or 2 men's teams. I don't know how many women's teams.
So it's like the rule then, you can't, as long as you don't come in higher.
Yeah, you can't be higher than the average. So like I'm managing to rate these to so there's 2 sellers running up this week. And I know that
More short top team. Quite low down.
Good, thank you. I think so, I haven't done much. So, I mean, it's done well, I think. They don't trust me.
your star colour.
No. I'm going to put it next to something. That's what you were drinking. Hey, you're taking down my cigarettes. Yeah. I'm up at 18 these days.
Surprised she's there loaded, standard.
Absolutely can be.
I can do yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Might be quicker to get round.
Yeah. You park right on the road, like at that house down there. Can't read us right.
Yeah.
Well, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the North Shore Squash Club, and to the National Senior Championships in Auckland, and a fantastic day, a fantastic 3 days of squash. On court now for the women's final are the top seeds. You can see Emma Miller, the right-hander, and the top seed up against Abby Palmer. She is the second seed, and she is the left-hander, and should be a very exciting contest. And Shelley Kitchen, great to have you with me as well, the New Zealand high-performance manager and former top 10 player. Shelley, this should be a really exciting contest between these two top seeds.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great match. Abby had a great semi-finals yesterday, played well against Lana Harrison to come through in 4 games. Emma Miller played Sophie Hodges in the semi-finals and won in 3 there. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a really great contest today.
And we saw in that first point there the slight down orthodox away from the body shot, which worked for Emma Miller. However, now we are at 2-1, and the scoreboard's just going to catch up with us very shortly. Nice play there by Emma Miller. She really likes to hit it. It stays hit, whereas Abby Palmer, I mean, she certainly likes to play a quick point using the angles very nicely as the left-hander, holds the ball very well. Shelley, is there anything in particular we should be watching out for between these two? We know that they're not going to grind it out, are they? They're going to play winners.
No, they're not. I think you'd like to see in the first game, they're sort of both working out each other's game plan, I guess. They've played each other a lot, so they do know the way each other plays. Last time they met was the PSA National Squash Centre final about 4 weeks ago, and Emma had a win there. So, yeah, anything around the middle of the court, anything loose, both girls are going to try and go for a winning shot, probably to the front of the court. So, it's nice. A great shot from Emma. So Emma's at the moment just getting really good length, and no answer for Abby at the moment.
There's that lob serve, which she's going to use a lot. It's really a weapon. For a lot of players, you wouldn't consider it a weapon, but for Emma, it certainly is. And the stroke there.
Yeah, so Abby's trying to move Emma to the front of the court. I'm not sure it's probably a really good idea, I think, in the first game. You know, Emma's going to try and get onto that ball pretty early to the front of the court. So Abby started pretty similar yesterday in the first game, moving Lana to the front of the court, and Lana was actually onto it quite early.
Well, I'm just looking for the respective coaches in the crowd, and it is a very good crowd, making it very warm. A nice shot there from Emma Miller. And Paul Hornsby working with Abby Palmer out of the North Shore Club. I'm not sure who's actually working with Emma Miller at the moment.
I think her brother's probably coaching her today, and her parents are up here from Wellington as well. So got a team of supporters, team of coaches probably helping her today. I'm
not sure about Zach with some of his unorthodox shots, whether he wants to teach her that and whether Emma would allow that either.
Don't know, she'll listen to her little brother.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think Abby's probably looks a bit nervous at the moment. She probably needs to play her way into a little bit if Emma gives her time. Emma likes to play pretty quick rallies, and before you know it, you can be 1-love down. This is the longest rally of the game so far. So great retrieving there from Emma.
Well, she was up close to the wall and had an option of driving it down the wall. Instead, decided to go across, and Palmer was able to get that back. But she managed to recover well and won the point.
Yeah, she's looking to move Abby side to side, I think, flicking it past Abby, getting Abby turning into the back corners, and also moving her to the front. So, yeah, Emma reads the game very well. She reads patterns of play very well.
Oh, that ball certainly remained low. I don't think there was any way of picking that one up.
Shelley, there, I think.
Do you think there's added pressure that there's no Joelle, no Amanda who would be the favourites, and that there really isn't much of a favourite between these two? It probably adds pressure that this is the first title. One of them is going to win the first title for many, many years.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, it's always going to be close matches in the men's and the women's games today. It's probably one of the closest competitions we've had probably in a few years in the Nationals this year.
Just flicking that one off her toes. Nice change of direction again.
So Abby using that boast again. Like that was 8-all there, a big point. I feel like Abby's just giving it away there.
Yeah, she didn't seem to put as much effort into that particular shot as she could have. And so the first game going to Emma Miller, the top seed, over Abby Palmer, 11-8. And a packed crowd here enjoying themselves with a number of matches so far today. So 11-8, there's the crowd, and more up the top as well. It's certainly very warm. So Emma Miller taking the first game, 11-8. Well, Shelley Kitchen back in for this, the second game, and nothing that we could grab hold of in that first. I mean, Emma Miller just did a few little things better, but it wasn't decisive, was it?
Yeah, I think Abby was just taking Emma into the front of the court too much. Emma would then have an outright winner, or Abby would be hitting the tin. So pretty much Abby started similar yesterday, pretty slow in the first game, and then really picked it up. But with Emma's sort of experience, you know, and confidence, it's going to be pretty hard. And there's going to be a lot of Emma likes the quick points as well.
I mean, before you turned around, she's virtually serving again. We do have Abby Palmer just turned 23 a couple of days ago, whereas Emma Miller, I think 29. When it comes to PSA World Rankings, it's 112, 113. Doesn't mean really anything, does it?
Can't really get much closer than that.
I think it's also just the different styles. The left-hander, the right-hander can create options. Well, Abby had the option there to put it pretty much anywhere. Yep, well, that wasn't needed. We haven't quite seen the emotion on Emma's face. Usually you're getting a whole lot of emotions and smiling. Perhaps the final's taken that away. She's doing the poker face on this occasion.
Yeah, she's pretty serious today.
Yeah.
As you would be in a national final. So, yeah, it's a great lob there, Frank. Oh, nice shot.
Interesting how on that straight drive on the backhand, she ends up dropping her racket away. I mean, she's already hit the shot, so I guess it doesn't matter too much, but it does drop away towards her body.
Oh, it's a great shot by Emma. Her length is really, really good.
It was the length, not the pace on that, was it? It was just so deep that it was effective.
Great shot by Abby there, boast off the serve.
Well, not seeing many long rallies, but then we didn't expect too many, did we?
Oh, it's pretty fast and furious. I can hardly keep up with what's going on.
Yeah. You know, if these two did go to 5, it'd be the fastest 5-gamer that we've seen.
So Abby calling for a let there. She wasn't really sure, but Abby doesn't really usually ask for many. But she was committed to the shot. Oh, it's a nice shot.
Well done.
Oh, good
Back in
retrieving
it.
from Emma. Oh, shot.
Oh, well played from Emma Miller there. Recovered it very well.
Yeah, I think Abby's length is just a little bit too short at the moment. Like, that was a really great retrieval, but then that ball's before the service box line, and that's just one step for Emma there. So, and that's great shot.
So out to the 7-4 lead, the 3-point buffer now. Just a little bit of height on the serve, but not quite the usual lob serve. And decisive forehand going cross court. Let's see if we can get a smile out of Emma Miller. Usually throughout most matches, she's smiling all the time, winning or losing.
She's not playing her Masters love serve at the moment.
No.
So, oh, wow.
That was a great little dink.
I think Abby just needs to take a breather, take a little bit more time between the games, rallies if she can.
She's been hurried up a little bit, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Oh, and then we see that sort of error.
It's probably the first error from Emma, I think, in this match.
Well, I don't know about you, Shelley, but I'd quite like them to slow down because I've almost lost it. Oh, great play.
Oh, great shot by Emma. Yeah, wow. She's really not letting anything get behind her. She's trying to take everything on the volley.
Here's the replay of that.
Yeah, look at that, just on the volley, moving forward. Just too fast for Abby at the moment.
And there we go. That is the second game in quick-fire fashion. 11-5, so 2 games is the winning point.
Yeah,
And
great shot.
usually what we're used to seeing is a lot of smiling from Emma Miller and no questioning at all from Abby Palmer. In fact, it's very rare that she even questions any calls. She's done it just once so far in this match. And a 2-game-to-love lead for Emma Miller, the top seed from the Waikato, against Abby Palmer, the second seed from the North Shore Club. Starting now on to the third game of this, the women's final, the national championships here at the North Shore Club. And Shelley Kitchen, great performance so far from Emma Miller. And the let there. Shelley, what can Abby Palmer do? Does she just need to slow it down somehow?
Yes, she does. She needs to, that's a good shot, get the ball in the corners a little bit more. She's got to stop going short of Emma's short ball. If she can, she needs to get it out of the front when she can.
And that was the winning shot there.
Yeah, she's using the height a little bit more in these couple of rallies. you know, but the rallies have got to be, yeah, a little bit longer. Her retrieving probably has to be a little bit better at the moment. Oh, it's a great shot.
There we go. There's the smile from Emma Miller, albeit that it's a smile when she lost the point.
2 love up. I'd smile if I was her at this point.
Exactly.
Just once.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful lob.
Somehow it stayed in. Oh.
Great shot.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, for Abby to hit that shot off such a high lob is fantastic. And then the response from Emma Miller, well, that was pretty decisive as well.
Emma's moving really well. She's retrieving well. Oh, it's a great shot by Hassan.
Yep. And so Abby Palmer coming back into this particular game a lot stronger. And the ball fading a little bit there. Shelley, it has seemed to fade, for want of a better word, in the forehand corner a lot more than the backhand corner for some reason. Not sure why that is, but players have adjusted.
Oh, wow. She's just on fire at the moment, Eva. Emma, I think she's been waiting a long time sort of to be in this position.
And just the raised eyebrows on that one, but probably a fair call. Yeah.
Yeah, not much room to play the ball. Wasn't a tight shot, and Abby was there to play. So, oh, it's a great shot.
Well, it hasn't been long. It's been some very decisive points for. Oh,
so there's that shot that Abby, you know, going short of Emma's ball. Yeah.
Just too much pace on that one as well. We're seeing some great attacking shots, very decisive. I think that's what I can say from Emma Miller, although.
Garby, and out. 5-6.
So the error helps Abby Palmer just back into it a little bit more.
Yeah, this is a really, crucial point in the rally, I think, for Abby.
It's out.
Luck.
So a little bit of relief in a way with the 2-point buffer for Emma Miller, and straight away she's into it before you can even blink.
Yeah.
She's on to the next point.
Yeah, she's not really giving Abby any kind of time to gather herself. Oh, her luck. Probably the right shot, but it's another. Emma's just making her play unforced errors at the moment.
So as we get deeper into this, the third, with a 2-game-to-love lead for Emma Miller. It's out. She's so keen to get her name on that trophy, so keen to get on the honours board. It's been the last 3 years in Joelle King. Prior to that, there was Megan Craig for 1 year, and Joelle King up there again.
Good shot.
Great. And the stroke. And here we go. This is the match ball, championship ball.
Both trying to do lots of flick skills. Abby guessing right there.
Oh.
Great rally. Oh, wow,
nice
great
play.
shot.
It's a hold-off match ball, one match ball. The left-hander stepping up and using the angle. Great play. Nice.
Oh, well done.
And that is it.
Great game to Emma.
Well done to Emma Miller, the top seed from the Waikato, 11-8, 11-5, 11-6. She is the champion and first-time winner of the national title. And Shelley Kitchen, just a word there on that final. Emma Miller, just too fast, too good tonight.
Yeah, she played really well.
And a very good match. There we go with the crowd as well. Big crowd in, and we're coming up not too far away with the men's final. The top seed, Evan Williams, against Luamba Chalisi. The second seed will be coming up with that match shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, you can hear the crowd enthusiastic. And you can already see the enthusiasm and hear it coming through. This is the men's final of the National Squash Champs at the North Shore Squash Centre. And both players smiling as well. It is Evan Williams, the left-hander, the top seed, ranked 87 in the world, up against, in the white T-shirt, Luamba Chilisi, the second seed, ranked 144 in the world. And welcoming in again Shelley Kitchen, the National High Performance Manager for Squash New Zealand. Shelley, what can you expect from this? Because the crowd's going to get into it already.
I know, that was pretty exciting when they just walked into the court there. So pretty fast and furious. These two played each other 2 weeks ago at the Technofibre Panmure Open.
And that was a win there for Luamba?
Luamba had a win 3-1 over Evan. I think Luamba's first win over Evan was in the PSA satellite, like I said, in Panmure. So
it should be a great match in so many different ways, with the slightly different styles and the left-hander, the right-hander, the age. Evan has been a runner-up twice in the Nationals. I believe it was 2010 and certainly 2018 at your
Great
club,
shot.
Henderson. And just the age difference as well, 31 for Evan Williams and 22 for Luamba Chilisi. So the experience, that'll be very valuable for Evan, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. He's probably played a lot of big matches in his time as a professional squash player, representing New Zealand at junior level and also senior level. He's been to the Commonwealth Games as well, so a lot of experience. And whereas this is Luamba's probably the biggest occasion he's ever played in his career to date, I think. So definitely contrasting sort of circumstances coming into this final. So yeah, it's going to be a great battle.
Well, already it seems to be on turbo. Both of these players don't mind mixing it up at the speed in just the third point. And you see that Evan Williams using his experience to just not necessarily say anything, but just look at the officials.
Yeah, a little glare there to the referee. So, but managing to regroup straight away and force Luamba into a mistake there. So,
what was really interesting, Shelley, is when the players arrived here at the venue, you had Luamba looking very smooth and stylish with the shades, dressed well, and coming in with the coffees as well, and looking very smooth and relaxed. And we had Mele.
Yeah, so Luamba really get in front of Evan at the moment into that backhand corner, like he's really taking it to Evan, which is Evan's forehand there. So the ref sort of probably stamping his mark a little bit, I think, in the start of this match.
I think it is Glenn is making one of the decisions there, one of our very experienced referees around the world.
Yeah, Glenn is a national referee, but also a world referee as well. So Glenn has reffed in many sort of major PSA events. Was actually asked to go to Qatar Open for a big event this week.
That's where Paul Cole's playing this week, starting on, I think it's Monday or Tuesday morning, the top players in that particular tournament. It's going to be, the referees will have to be onto it. It's not that these players are bad sports or anything like that, but they will ask the question.
Yeah, I think they will. You're always going to get a little bit of interference, especially in a final like this and with players so close. And just with the game it is, like we are on a low tin for this national championships, so that's going to make the players are going to be taking it in a lot shorter. It's going to be a little bit of interference towards the front of the court.
You can see Evan Williams there just checking where his opponent was.
I think that was a good decision by the referee. Evan chose to play that ball. If it would have been a winner, it probably would have been a different story for Evan. I don't think he would have been asking for a lead there. So,
well, Shelley, you mentioned the low tin. Can you explain to people that may not be so familiar with that?
Yeah, so with PSA...
Oh, the big crowd there certainly responding to Evan Williams. He's got his very animated cousin coming up from Wellington in the crowd, who's leading the cheering. just deep into the corner there.
Yeah, pretty fast and furious start at the moment. Pretty similar to the girls, I think. So really kind of, wow. So Luamba's, yeah, really taking it to Evan, I feel, at the moment.
Attacking his play. And
yep.
Nice step.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's good play. Great play, great response from the crowd. And
yeah, I think Luamba had the straight ball or the cross court covered, but not the down the middle of the line, the double shot. So great thinking from Evan there. I think Luamba will be onto it, though, the next time he tries to play that shot. But
well, if any players such as Paul Cole or Campbell Grayson, any other ex-players are watching around the world, Paul, both Evan and Luamba are trying to take your title, and if you can make it back next year, I'm sure they'll be keen to challenge you. Changing up the pace.
oh, it's a great shot by Luamba there. I think Evan did manage to get that ball back, and so Luamba's really got to regroup again. Yeah, great start here from both players.
What a rally.
Fast and furious. It's a great lob there from Evan to cover the ball. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is a lengthy rally. We're only at 5-all on the first.
I feel I'm playing every shot here. Oh, wow. Possibly a stroke there. Woo.
Know that. So the response there from referees saying he could have played. Here we go on the replay. And here's the...
So, yes, let's there. But I think the referee giving Evan possibly a warning to try and play that ball and not have an excessive swing. So
I don't know about that. It would have been quite close.
yeah, I think the ref's just saying play that ball as much as you can, as early as you can. If you try and wait and leave it and ask for a let, you're probably not sure what you're gonna get.
So gets the stroke there.
Yeah, there's no way out really there for Luamba.
Yeah.
Pretty hard when you got your opponent moving right into you there, but oh, it's a great shot.
Yeah, the speed that they're hitting it at as well. No hesitation in hitting the ball hard and trying to put the pressure on with that power.
Yeah, even though the ball is really bouncy, that kill shot did stop short pretty quickly.
Shelley, it seems to be that in most of these matches that 6-all is quite decisive. Someone usually goes through and takes a couple points from here.
Yeah, 2-point lead going into 8-6 is a lot closer to 11 than 6. And it just means a couple of more points just to push on really to get the game. So, yeah, 6-all, 7-all, really important points. That's a great shot from Evan. Oh, but Luamba one step to the front of the court and he puts it in the air. So
it's high quality so far in this, the first game, and incredibly quick play as well.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how Luamba's taken it in to the front of the court. Looks like he's been really working on that part of his game for the past 12 months.
Well, fitness level-wise, both of these players are very fit. Also very agile. We do have a difference of...
Oh, that's a great shot by Evan.
Putting it right into the corner, and even though Louis was there, just didn't quite... And yeah, that was the shot
I think
there.
Evan sort of looked like he was going short again and then whipped it straight down the line. So Luamba was actually moving forward, and then it was a fantastic giant length. Oh, that's a great shot as well. Oh,
because Luamba just played it straight down the middle back to Evan, gave him the opportunity, and then he made the error.
Yeah, I think that was a gift by Evan, really, at especially this part of the game, and that part of the court as well. So Evan, yeah, we're pretty annoyed with himself there, but being a professional he will regroup pretty quick after that point. It's a great shot by Evan. We know sort of coming into this match that Luamba's going to retrieve very well.
He's very athletic.
But then Evan will keep putting in those short balls, and he's very good at it too. Yep. So Luamba kind of needs to weather the storm a little bit, which he's doing a pretty good job at the moment.
One of the things about Luamba's game is that he just loves to play. Whether it's a long match or a short match, even his brother says, oh, he just loves to play.
Well, that's pretty good considering he's a professional squash player.
Well, he should.
That's actually his job. So
yeah, he just loves to be out there, whether it's playing a competitive match, whether it's down in the match or up in a match. He just loves to be on the court.
Oh, wow.
Oh. I mean, how do you play that? Even Evans apologised for that. How do you play that shot?
You're so angry when that happens to you, but when you're the one actually hitting that winner, it's just like the best thing in the world at the time.
Exactly.
But yeah, fantastic match, you know, to start.
Oh.
A couple of unforced errors from Evan creeping in just to keep Luamba in the game, I think.
Well, no one's managed to grab this by the scruff and just take it. Gee, that's a...
No, every rally, you know, it's been really hard fought.
Interesting, he seemed to be wrong foot himself there, Luamba. Didn't quite move how he wanted. It's almost...
Yeah, I just don't think he was expecting Evan to take that ball in short when he did. He's probably thinking Evan to pump it long a little bit more. But the way these guys are hitting it so hard, I think the ball is going to get quite dead soon. And then it will probably... Oh, that's another great shot from Evan.
Let's have a look at the replay of that one. Getting himself in good position.
Yeah, that's just one step across for Evan. That's bread and butter sort of length for Evan. It's a bit loose there. Luamba maybe taking a little bit short too soon at the moment. Good get. Great get from Evan there.
Gee, have a go.
Oh.
Another top rally here.
This is yeah, some really fantastic points in this game.
Just slowing it down.
Yeah, probably not the best shot from Luamba there. Oh, very clear to play that ball.
Yeah, I think you've got to say that he should have.
Needs to play that ball.
It's almost surprised as why he stopped.
Okay.
Well, didn't play the ball. And then Luamba keeping in touch, but he is still game ball behind. And this is the first game of the men's championship. A lot of pressure on both players, and boy, they've been hitting out. Oh, just about dropped completely there.
I think Luamba's using the height a little bit more, which he hasn't done much in this first game, so that's probably just giving him a little bit more time to regroup, push Evan behind him and wait for Evan to hit that error. So Evan sort of had, well, back to square now. Evan had 2 game balls. Luamba managed to get it back, so I'm interested to see what Evan will do in his next couple of points. Hopefully keep it out of the tin. Looks like he's pushing it over to Luamba's forehand. Still fast and furious, that's for sure.
Definitely.
They haven't slowed down at all. Oh, it's a great cross from Luamba. Luamba's quite happy at the moment just to push it to the back of the court a little bit more and not give Evan any openings.
He's got to get Evan back a little bit further. That's better.
Oh, that's probably a too short ball there. Oh, wow. Luamba recovered pretty well there.
He can't let Evan take the ball on the full, so he's got to either bring him back or drop it very short. That's better. Into the corner again.
Oh, nearly hit that nick there.
Gee, flicked it off his ankles.
This is a big point. Wow, great shot.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's acknowledged. And that was...
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Great sportsmanship by Luamba there. I think on the court you can tell, you can hear it more so than us in the crowd.
It was just a little bit difficult to tell on that one, but the players working it out with the officials in the end.
Yeah, it's good. It's a great shot from Evan there. Oh, what's it going to be?
And there we go. So that is the first game at 12-10, and the scoreline really, well, I think it sums up the actual match because it was incredibly close and incredibly hard fought as well. So back very shortly with the second game of the men's final national championships.
Pretty hard to find any space. Not much space to sit. Caught the second half of that set. It's pretty good smash. They hit it early, and hard, yeah. Good sportsmanship. Yeah, but I was standing up there, so I didn't really get a view of it.
The first game going to Evan Williams, and 12-10 really summed up that first game because it was so close, Shelley Kitchen, and so hard fought as well, so hard hit.
Yeah, there was nothing in the first game at all. Came down to a couple of sort of one error from Luamba. But yeah, but interesting to see what their respective coaches are sort of.
And the let there.
Yeah, so even sort of just acknowledging, you know, next time I probably have to play that ball. I do know from the ref's calls in the first game I have to be playing those balls. So whereas before, yeah, Evan would be asking for those shots in the middle of the court. That's a great shot by Evan.
And of course, both of these players were in the New Zealand men's team that finished 5th at the World Teams Championship in Washington, D.C. late last year, included Paul Cole and also Campbell Grayson. It's the first time for Luamba that had been in the New Zealand senior team.
Yeah, it's a great finish from the guys there.
Nice forehand.
Yeah, so Luamba's winning a lot of his points on the straight kill. That's what he's really trying to do. Move even in on the short, on the volley, and then backing it out with the kill shot straight like that, you know, all cross. So possibly doesn't want to do it too much.
Yeah. You don't want to overplay.
Yeah, because that's probably,
What we had then was Evan Williams up close to the wall and able to choose where he needed to go, knowing that he had Luamba on the forehand side able to really...
Yeah, I think that was just caused by Luamba just taking it in too short with the kill. So occasionally with the kills, also a little bit long, because we know Evan's going to have an answer to sort of most things that Luamba's going to throw at him. This was his experience, so... Oh, look at that.
Yeah, able to take that one so quickly. And difficult for Luamba to actually answer to that. He was able to take it quick, almost off his feet, off his toes.
Not sure what Evan really wanted. Yeah, probably going for the stroke. Thought Luamba was trapped in there and nowhere to go, which was fair.
It's worth a try.
Call, but yeah.
Worth a question.
So Glenn's sort of saying, not sure what he said. Just let.
Yeah, indeed.
I guess as a ref, you actually don't have to explain every decision that you make. There's no kind of rule about it. I think most refs do like to try to explain their rules, their decisions sometimes. But definitely with the PSA, the way the PSA referee now, it's more sort of play the ball.
Yeah.
As little sort of interaction with the refs and players as possible, really.
Gee, let that one drop so low. He was very lucky in it.
Oh, back to Evans. Oh, wow, great shot.
Oh, yeah, nice play. He's fired up over that one. Had a couple of opportunities. Here it is on the replay. Unorthodox shot.
Yeah, and then he really, that's a great shot. Yeah. And that's where this low tin that the players are playing on can really draw in those short balls. Oh. So unforced error there from Evan earlier in the set. He was just picking those off pretty quickly. Maybe in the first game, a couple of errors on the tin. So yeah, he'd be pretty disappointed with himself for that.
We're back to 3-all, so 2 unforced make that 3.
So that's three pretty quick points from Luamba there, just to get back in front in this game.
Yeah, when you're down 1-3 and then you win the next 3 in a row.
Yeah.
A little bit of confidence there, the fist pump, a little bit of a yell.
Yeah, definitely time to regroup, I think, for Evan. Shot. Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, nice.
Great recovery. He's running everywhere, and the lob gives him a chance.
Oh, great shot. Yeah, so that's one shot back.
And you can see him checking where he was.
Shot there. Yeah.
It was a nice little check around, knowing where his opponent was.
I think Evan had to win that rally about 3 or 4 times with Luamba. So.
Well, there's still plenty of pace in the second game. Not maybe quite as fast as the first because that was on turbo. But certainly it's still frantic.
I haven't really slowed down too much. I watched them play in the...
in the Panmure tournament?
Yeah, in the Panmure, in the replay live streaming match that was actually recorded. And watching on the live streaming, it didn't look like that match was quite as fast as furious as this match today. So obviously in the New Zealand national final, they are going to step it up quite a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot more on it. And as Evan said prior to the tournament starting, he said it wouldn't even matter if there was no prize money, he just wants that title.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think as a player coming through juniors, seniors. You know, of course, you want to sort of win. Oh,
He picked it up.
yeah, he did,
tight.
as he does. Just giving both players a chance to regroup a little bit. Oh.
So that's another error that he's hit. I think that's 4 that he's actually hit, maybe even 5 unforced errors for Evan Williams in this second game. And Shelley Kitchen, I seem to recall that you won the national title about 3 times. You remember?
Probably
Twice?
maybe 3 or 4. Yeah, I'm not really quite sure, but I played the Masters last week.
And you won that?
Yeah, Masters 40, and someone said it was my 20th title or something like that. So I don't really count Masters so much, but yeah, but that's juniors as well. So.
Oh, nice point by Evan.
Oh, yeah. So he sort of has to play that ball. That's that's good. It's a nice shot.
He kept his cool on that because he had the positional play. He knew that. He didn't have to try and rush it either. He looked around to see where his opponent was. And 6 apiece, slowing down just a little bit, just checking his shoes. Yeah, it's a great way to slow down, check your laces.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great lob from Luamba. Haven't seen Evan use too many lobs at the moment. Probably slowing it down slightly.
Just a little bit in this rally.
Yeah. Oh, nice shot.
And good play. Taking the ball off his body on a forehand volley. And let's just check it out here on the replay.
Yeah, just a loose ball from Evan, and yeah, that's a great execution by Luamba.
Didn't have to hit it hard either.
No.
It's more the angle.
So Evan just wanting to play a let ball. I think it did hit Luamba going, possibly trying to cross it. I think let there because they weren't quite sure if it was going to make the front wall or not. Yeah, or just a sort of a token, let's trying to be fair kind of play let, which is good to see. Oh, that's a great shot from Evan. Oh. Shot.
And there we go. Looking to see his opponent's okay. Got a bit of a slide there. Just check on how he got up out of this one.
Yeah, Evan's too good around that part of the court on the volley and on the drop. So.
But then the score's still only 7-all after those 4 or 5 points that Evan Williams gave away with some unforced errors earlier in this game. Gee, that's low off there.
Oh, wow, shot.
Oh. How do you hit a winner from way back there?
I think with lots of practice. Lots and lots of practice, I think.
Sure.
So it looks like Luamba's definitely been working on his kill shots straight and cross. And a short game probably over time, definitely.
Well, that is the thing. When you're 21 years old, you've got a lot of potential to keep on working on things. It's not to say when you're 31, as in Evan, you're not going to work on things. But it's a lot easier to improve when you're 21 than it may be when you're 31.
Yeah, I think so. Luamba is a full-time professional squash player at the moment. Dedicating his life to sort of playing squash and improving as much as he can at the moment. So, you know, that's great. And the past 12 months from the Nationals match, you can see the improvements.
Just not quite. Evan Williams, a coach out of the Wellington region, and a very busy coach indeed as well. And
Right, yeah.
Commented that he needs more hours in the day. There's a lot of coaching to be done in Wellington. He's trying to take care of the juniors.
Definitely a good problem to have, I think.
It is.
I guess he's probably torn sometimes between coaching and also doing his own training for his squash. So just finding that balance, I guess. But at the moment, it looks like he's probably doing a very good job balancing the two, which is great for him. Be nice to see Evan working with the Wellington players, Wellington juniors.
Was in Christchurch about a month or so ago. He was with the juniors. And yes, lad.
Yeah, he took the Wellington junior team away there, so I think the team, individual and teams event was 5 days or 6 days. Evan was down there working with the juniors, so fantastic for the juniors down there and all the up-and-coming players to have Evan's knowledge and, I guess, enthusiasm and just all of his experience to give back to all the players down there. So, yeah, they're really lucky to have him.
And a couple of lets. So the score hasn't progressed past 8 all.
Oh, it's a high ball, manages to stay in. We know Evan's going to go for that straight kill. Oh, it's not coming back.
It was a great slap kill cross. Let's have a look at it here. The ball floating there. Gets himself into a good position and whack.
Yeah, for sure. That ball's not coming back.
Yeah. You just can't get that back.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, tempo just increased. Neither player is able to escape. One wins a point, the other one comes back and wins a point.
Yeah, it's just who can really close out these last points, not give anything away, keep their calm as well, pressure. Evan's going to go 2 love up or 1 all. Luamba might squeeze a game. So, so close.
Gee.
Every point, every shot is so close in this match.
No player's giving away anything. You just get one like that, then the next one appears to go back to them.
Yep. It's just so close, as you can see from the score at the moment. So, just seeing if Luamba can close it off or even squeeze another point. A few shots down the wall. Haven't seen that, I don't think, in this game so far. Oh. Even sort of reading Luamba's kills now. Not really surprised, right? That's just probably a bit loose. That's a great shot.
Oh, recovered it though.
Yeah.
Blocking it.
Oh.
Great rally. And the unfortunate thing for Luamba is he managed to hit it right back into the hitting zone of Evan. And he was able to put it away. Luamba couldn't quite chase it down, even with a bit of a slide and a dive. And both of these players will be feeling the humidity. And here we go with the replay. We're going to see that dive in a second.
Right on Evan's ball there.
Managed to get up.
So close. So back to square again in this game as we were in the last game. Whew.
Yeah. It's getting warm on the court. Also warm just off the court with all the people watching. Temperatures rising outside.
Every shot has just got to be so tight to the wall. It's got to be, crosses have got to be wide. Oh, it's a great shot. Oh, good.
Oh, that's the unforced error that if you can stay away, let your opponent do that. Let your opponent play one more shot.
Yeah, that's a great get from Evan. Luamba probably a little bit too relaxed there. But game ball to Evan. Possibly go 2 love up. Oh, wow, great shot.
You can't predict this.
Take that.
Oh, goodness. And here's the winning shot coming up. That point and bang.
Wow, that's a great shot.
I mean, Evan wasn't even that far away.
So close to the tin. Yeah, that wasn't coming out. Oh, Luamba, that's just a bit too big, some of his length. Ooh. Ooh, bit of a tricky shot there from Luamba. Regrouping a little bit. Shot.
Just taking the pace off a little bit in this rally. waiting for the
I think
opportunity.
they're both just waiting for that opportunity to absolutely go for it. And it's not really coming very quickly.
No, they're really having
Oh,
to
it's a
work
bit
for it.
relaxed shot there from Luamba, which could possibly... Oh, he's managed to get that back now.
They're having to work very hard for every single point. Got to remember, this is still the second game.
That's it, yeah, even... Ooh.
Oh. And they're determined. Look, and the little fist clench there from Evan Williams goes up, game point. And in the meantime, Luamba just taking a walk up to the front wall, and to the back wall, just keeping himself calm. Let's see what Evan can do here. Okay,
I'm sure Evan probably did know the score, but he's just checking just to be sure.
Exactly. Yeah,
I think as a player, he pretty much at this point, probably most would know the score, but
yeah,
maybe just wasn't quite sure. Oh, good get from Luamba.
It's getting very tight.
Yeah.
Shots as well.
Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, Luamba getting to get it back. Oh, shot. Oh, Luamba keeps getting it back. Oh, get out of the way. Is that a let? Ooh.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
I think Luamba had got quite a number of balls back, so you could see that he had the ability to get that ball. It was whether or not the refs sort of thought of interference, really, I guess. But yeah.
Not too much of a disagreement from Evan in the end.
Oh, wow.
And then he comes out with that. Oh, goodness. You've got to congratulate both players and their coaches as well, because this is this is great squash.
That's just been so gutsy. No, they're not. Oh, there's
and then we get
shot
that.
Again.
So the 1 point advantage.
At the big points, they're just prepared to keep going for their shots. They're not sort of hanging back at all. I think they kind of know if they don't go for it, then the next person's probably going to try and go for it before them. So, that's a little bit of,
Chopped at it.
Yep.
Oh,
wow, that's a great shot from Evan.
Oh, and the ball stays low, so it keeps on swapping. It's Evan who's had the game ball on a couple of occasions, but Luamba coming back at him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Luamba's had a game ball in this game yet. I don't think he has.
So, but he's managed to come back and even it up a couple of occasions. Oh, powerful there.
Yeah, Luamba looks a bit,
That's happened now, I think, on 3 occasions. He's done a great shot to make it even, and then he plays well, not the most sensible, or has a unforced error to give the advantage to Evan Williams.
Yeah. Pretty unlucky there. Probably if it would have gone up, it possibly was a winner, but did he actually need to play that ball
Not quite
fine?
as tight.
Yeah, so possibly long again. But yeah, another game ball from Evan. And that's a great get from Evan. Evan's in great shape and coming into this tournament.
Yeah. And there's the crowd. They've been very enthusiastic, and there's also a crowd in the lounge as well, watching it on the big screen, and for those at home or wherever they may be.
Yeah, we're pretty packed here at the moment, so we've got a big screen in the bar area as well. So Luamba's still going for that kill, which is good, but he might have to be pulling Evan. Oh, wow.
Stayed above the 10.
Yeah, great shot from Evan to get it back there.
Oh. So a stroke against Williams gives Luamba Chilisi the first, from our quick calculations, first game ball in this game, and the pace continues.
Possibly the first game ball in the game, in the match, possibly. But yeah, we know Evan's going to just keep on playing his shots. You know, he really is. He's really experienced in these points. Oh, that's a great shot from Evan.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Chalisi went back expecting a deeper shot or even a lob. Lifted shot, it didn't occur. And Evan Williams able to win by just another drop in there.
It was on to Evan's forehand side, and he didn't have to move too much, and Luamba was expecting probably a long ball there. So Evans again.
We've been here before.
Yep. Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, Luamba, I think he got that one back.
And
but yeah.
not this time.
Yeah.
So this is probably, I think, the fourth. Here we go with the replay.
So going for that kill was a little bit short and just gave Evan that chance to play.
I think this is the fourth game ball. Must be fourth. For Evan Williams to take a 2-game-to-love lead in this, the final. Top seed from Wellington, ranked 87 in the world. The one with Chalisi, the second seed, 1.44. Did he get it back? He did. No. It almost looked like he got it back before a double bounce, but obviously not.
He was quite casual there in the cross-court shot there that just managed to clip the tin. So Luamba, yeah, tries to... Oh, shot from Evan. Evan's just really taking it to Luamba. He's still pulling it in short. Oh, that's probably not good for Luamba, that.
Oh, he's scampering Luamba.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he got that one. I think that was pretty similar to one of the points in the first game, which I think the ref did say yes lead at the time, try and play that ball. So
I'm not sure about that one, on the let on that one.
Yeah, that was a yes let. Evan probably saying maybe he can play that ball whenever he wants. He can take as much time as he wants to play that ball.
Well, neither
the ref
player.
thinking differently.
Indeed, neither player giving up or giving away anything in this second. Yeah, so there we go, just waiting for the let. And again, neither player giving up anything. And 16 all. We've had Evan Williams with 5.
That's been 5.
4 or 5 opportunities to take this game.
I think Luamba's had one chance to win the game in this game, and even now we're sort of back to even. So that's in the middle of the court there. That's better, but with unusual sort of boast from Evan. You don't really see Evan boast that much, I don't think. He likes to cross it or put it in the air.
Just forcing it too much.
Yeah, it was quite a loose ball from Luamba, so Evan probably thought, oh, this is a little bit of a gift for me. But just unforced there. So sometimes that's the case when the easier the shots are to play, the easier they are to hit the tin. Well, let's see what Luamba can do now, 17-16. Big game, this one.
Oh, big point.
If I was Evan, I definitely want to be going into this match, going in after this game being 2-love up.
Exactly. The pace is still exhausting. Just watching it is as well.
Yeah, it is. They haven't really slowed down at all. If anything, they're sort of playing more shots. Luamba getting that back. Nice lifting that. Oh, that's game.
And I don't think you can call anything there, Evan. That is 1 game apiece, with Luamba Chalisi taking the second, 18-16.
Sorry, mate, there's no room here. There's plenty of room up
And Shelley Kitchen, we just had a 22-minute game. That 18-16 to Luamba. 22 minutes of high-intensity squash. That's quite remarkable. These players don't look as though they're going to slow down either.
No, I don't think they will. They've been training for this, I think, for a number of months. I'm sure you've been told this is the third attempt at the New Zealand
Indeed.
Nationals. It was cancelled and postponed in June, postponed in August, and now here we are, 1st of November playing the final. So these players have been stopping, starting pretty much all year, I guess with lockdown. So for the players to be coming out here and playing to this level at this intensity, because of the circumstances of the year, it's great just to see they have managed to keep their focus with everything going on, which is awesome to see. But yeah, 22 minutes, that's at least a couple of games sometimes. Oh, it's a great shot by Evan. We always knew it was going to be close, didn't we, this match? So they definitely haven't let us down, really,
No,
have they?
No, not at all, and particularly the big crowd that is here at the North Shore Squash Club as well. Let's just watch this point, let the players play it out. And just a little chip into the tin. Didn't give it quite enough lift there. So Chalisi gets one back.
Yeah, Evans made a couple of errors, but you would have kind of expect that with his game. His shots are so fine.
Doing a bit of a check on where his opponent
Oh,
was.
Luamba sort of did well to get that back. Nice. Great shot there by Evan.
And a bit of a slide. I think they might have to check the floor on that one. And the towel being thrown. That's Joel Ascott coming out with the towel. And there's the slide on the replay. It was quite convincing too. That's the perspiration coming off the players. It is very muggy on the court, very muggy off the court as well. And, Evan Williams just checking the floor. He's got the 3-1 lead.
Any kind of sort of sweat on the court, water or anything, and the players, can slip. And we would sort of hate for that to happen.
And a significant 4-1 lead so far for Evan Williams. It's that 3-point buffer.
So 2-4, we're just waiting for the score, I guess, to be changed.
There we go, the score just updating itself.
Well, that's a great flick there from Luamba. Evans, oh, good shot. Good get from there. Oh, we had it straight back to him. Oh, oh, that's a great shot. Oh, nice. This is a big rally. There's
off the full.
The balls in all corners of the court in this rally. From both players have been stretched. Oh, time to regroup again. Oh. Oh, there's been some great gets
by both players
in this rally, and
throughout the match as
And
well.
match, yeah.
And
Oh,
I think
hello.
there's a double bounce there.
They're great.
5-2, Evan Williams. Again, the 3-point lead. What he needs to do now is cut out any errors, because in the second game he actually did have 3 or 4 errors which let Luamba into it. Did he pick it up? No, he didn't pick it up.
The ref said not up there.
I'm not sure if we've got an opportunity to see that again, but it was a little bit tight. The players didn't argue about it, so that was
So
the main
I
thing.
think a let ball.
It was a let?
Yeah, I think a let ball there. So, yeah, good sportsmanship by Evan.
Yeah. Well, when you're down
Same
that
let
close.
Nice straight ball there from Luamba. Evan's really controlling the tee at the moment, just getting it past Luamba. Oh, good guess there by Luamba.
Yeah. And then the twist and turn from Evan Williams to stay in it.
Oh, nice shot. Luamba's not sort of afraid to just lift it up in the air a little bit, probably give himself some more time. Evan will keep going for the shots. Oh, Robin.
You can see Evan, a couple of opportunities there, a couple of occasions. Just checking where his opponent was, playing it to one side, and then...
Yeah, a clear winner from there. I think Luamba sort of hoping there for a let ball. Evan's looking pretty strong in this match. Luamba maybe looking a little bit tired. As you probably gather as sort of...
I don't think we've had a
South a little
5-point lead so far in the match, so this is quite significant.
Yeah, I think this is where Evan's experience comes through. Oh, that's a fantastic shot.
Well played. We had Luamba chasing to his forehand and then having to chase up to the backhand. By that stage, though, the ball had bounced twice when he got there. And really running away with this, the third game. Not quite what we expected.
Yeah, I think Luamba's intensity's just dropped off a little bit. Oh, great shot.
Although that shot did seem very casual. It was a winner in the end, but it did seem very casual the way he hit it. And we can see here, just
yeah,
low down slap.
Oh,
but it was
wow,
effective.
shot.
So a couple of points back. But it's still a long way to go to actually make it 9-all.
Stroke ball there.
Yep.
So no room to play there for Evan.
And a game ball as well to make it 2-1. Oh, great play. Changing direction. That is the third game for Evan Williams over Luamba Chilisi. 2-1 lead now for the Wellingtonian, the top seed over the second seed, Luamba Chilisi.
You see how he leaves the ball in front. Everybody in the Yes. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest. Yeah. No, I'm not. I think go around watching Ross. Yeah, the longer the rallies, the better. No easy courts. How did Ross go? Oh, no. He's fine. 15 seconds. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Go, Lloyd. 2-1. Go, Lloyd. Ooh, yeah, that's it. 2-1 up. That's annoying. That's a bit of experience, probably,
Well, Shelley Kitchen, it's been a fantastic match so far. But that third game, we really did see Evan Williams take a bit of authority and really put a bit of pressure back on Luamba, didn't we?
Yeah, he came out firing, really. I think, especially after a disappointing second game loss, he sort of decided to not really let it affect him too much and just go for it, really. Yes, where some players would have actually sort of been quite down on themselves after losing that game so close, but that's just his experience coming through. Yep.
How does that sort of change people when they break a string in the middle of a final or in the middle of an important match? It can be a good and a bad thing, can't it?
Yeah, it depends how superstitious, I guess, they are. Sometimes people like to have their favourite rackets, and if that's one of Evans, and that's not so good. But most professionals, they have 3, 4, 5 rackets in their bag. They're strung at the same tension, they've got the same grip, and they use this different rackets throughout the tournament, so that whichever racket they can pick up, they can pretty much play. It plays the same. So, yeah, especially at this level, there's not too much difference there.
So let's just see about the intensity coming into this, the fourth. And stroke.
Yeah, I think Luamba looked a little bit tired, I think, in that third game towards the middle of the court, which is sort of unusual for Luamba. So I think his team of supporters probably said, you know, just give this game a go.
Yeah.
You know, national final, just give it everything, which we know who will. Whereas Evan could be thinking home straight already, but he's actually got to get past Luamba in this game, first. Oh, that's a great shot.
Well, the thing is for Luamba, it sounds silly, there's nothing to lose except for the final, but there really is nothing for him to lose. He's just got to go out there rather than standing back. If he stood back and waited, then he's going to feel bad about it. If he goes for it, he's going to feel better, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. If he doesn't go for it, then Evan definitely will.
Yeah. Right.
So, you know, he just has to take it to Evan as much as he can. So Luamba's got a 2-point lead here. Players turning. Oh, there's that kill again, which we haven't actually seen from Luamba for a little while. Oh, it's not coming back.
No, not with that angle, not just the speed of it as well. So brings one back after the 3-1 lead, Luamba Chilisi against Evan Williams. This is the top two seeds against each other. Evan Williams from Wellington, ranked 87 in the world, and that's
just
not the shot
an unforced error there from Evan, but you know, early in the game, not to worry. Luamba seems to be sort of emphasising his length a little bit, which is probably a good thing. Maybe a little bit too short in that third game.
That's a couple of errors. He doesn't want to do those sort of errors. It lets Luamba really take that lead and be a bit more decisive about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think any unforced error is a bit of a shame, but especially when you're 2-1 up and really wanting to close out the fourth game. It's not what you're after. But I think we'll find Evan regroup. Oh, that was, yeah, quite high there. Not sure if it clipped out, but the refs don't think so. So carry on. Luamba playing through that ball. This is a big rally, this one. Actually, most of the rallies have been big.
Yeah, they've been very big. And a nice fist clench there by Luamba, and 6-2. Here we go with the replay. Just flicking that one off his boots.
Yeah, so a loose drop from Evan, and what we've seen throughout this whole game, anything loose, both players are actually putting that ball away. And this is definitely what Luamba's been working on for the past 12 months as a short game and finishing of the rallies. So, oh, that's a great boast. Even possibly thinking that was double bounce, maybe. This is a really big point. Oh, wow. That's a great shot. Just really took his time in that shot.
Well, Shelley Kitchen, we've got the advantage to Luamba Chalisi, but you cannot count Evan Williams out, particularly when he does that.
Yeah, no, you can't. Luamba was shooting those shots, I think, in the second game. No, definitely. I think Evan's just lost a few of those points in this rally by unforced error. So as long as he's cutting those out, he has to make, he wants to make Luamba win the points. He doesn't want to be losing the points. Oh. Oh.
Ooh. Looking for a stroke.
I think Luamba tried to, I think he tried to sort of make out he wasn't on the court when he was crouching there. And
yeah, okay.
So maybe at that point, that's when Glenn maybe thought he could play that ball when Luamba was nearly on the ground.
It was a little bit distracting
as he popped up again, possibly. Oh, it's a great shot, Ray.
Oh, that's a nice answer to a decision he didn't particularly like. And stays in the rally.
Not afraid to go for those shots, that's for sure.
Neither player.
Like we said, if you're not taking it to them, the opponent will.
Oh, that's nice. Stepping forward, taking it on the backhand volley and playing it down so there was no bounce back. And the unforced error means that we're back to 7-all. We've been here before. We have definitely been here before.
I think Luamba had about 4 points possibly lead on Evan, yes. But then Evans hasn't done anything wrong since then. Just kept the ball out of the court, but has also kept going for his shots. It's a great length. Oh. Nice little boast there from Evan. Oh, wow.
I don't know where that came from.
I don't think anyone knew where that came from.
The angle that he managed on that shot was... Here we go, let's check out this angle.
I think I thought he was going to play lob.
Yeah, that's a difficult shot to play.
I think you train it...
That's one of your trick
practice
shots.
those shots a lot for it to come off one point in a match.
Exactly.
That's what you train for. And then you get lucky on a point like that, and then all of a sudden you've got two-point lead and 2 points to close off the game. Now what's Evan going to do now?
Well, this is the key, though. No unforced errors from Luamba. We've seen it happen in the second and third game, where winning shot, unforced error.
Yes, definitely kept us calm. Ooh.
Okay. We're not always agreeing with Glenn. We'll talk to him about that afterwards.
No, that was sort of... Oh.
Okay. That one
Yeah, so
probably more
I
so.
think Glenn will probably prefer to stay out of it, really, I think, in the end of this game. Doesn't really want to kind of influence the game too much with any lets or no lets or strokes, you know, which is pretty wise, I think.
A good quality match so far.
Oh, that stayed in. Oh, that's a good length. Great get from Evan. That's a long way up there. Oh, that's a great shot.
So he set himself up very well. First of all, Evan was back and then brought him in and had the opportunity to go wherever he wanted.
Oh, yeah. It's a great shot. Another shot Luamba hasn't really played so much in this match. However, has probably been working quite hard executing that shot in practice. Oh, that's a great shot by Evan. Oh, nice.
Saving 1 game point out of the 3 that he needs to save.
I think the crowd will like this match to go into a 5th set.
I'm not sure about the players.
Oh,
that's a second one saved.
3rd, I think.
Yep.
Third, I think it was 10-7. So this is this is it really for Luamba. Oh, good get. Oh, that's a great shot. Whoa. Oh, Evan's done pretty well to get this back. Luamba will be pretty disappointed at this point, but he just needs to keep it going. Using that lob.
Oh, gee. Yeah, talking to his racket there. And the crowd very enthusiastic about it.
I think I'll be smashing my racket if I was him.
Had a little bit of that earlier on in the actual tournament.
No. Yeah, pretty exciting stuff here. The crowd's really getting into it. Luamba a chance to have another game ball. Probably needs to emphasise his length, I guess, or like he did in the start of this game. Oh, yep, that's... Can't keep it... Got to keep it off Evan's racket. Oh, great shot. Oh, wow!
Nice shot. Out of all of that, out of that long rally, staying in it, and then he pulls that up. That's what you want to see in the 4th game or any game. And,
I think they've played some of their best shots when they've been game ball down.
Yep.
Or
pressure.
Or, yeah, 10 or 11 all. It just shows they're just really rising to the occasion, that's for sure. So if Evan wins this point, he's got a match ball point. So really big point for both players here. Hasn't actually been much ball. Oh!
In the backhand corner, and it fades completely.
Whew. Only way to win a point if it goes completely in the nick. Oh, Luamba trying to crack a joke there.
Yeah.
Troy's saying he wants to have sudden death. However, he's up about 11, so he needs to only
really
win one more game. So I wonder if that might deter his concentration a little bit, or he probably needed that little joke to kind of calm his nerves a little bit.
Yeah, certainly been very entertaining and high quality squash throughout.
Yeah. I think Luamba's trying to smash through the front wall. Oh!
Ooh. Looking for a stroke.
Looking for a stroke, but I think the ref actually could have probably set no lead at some point.
And we're looking for just around there.
I think if Evan played that ball and played a little drop into that corner, possibly would have been a winner. Oh, it's a stroke. Oh, no net.
Not happy
That's a
with
big
that.
call.
It is a big call. And quickly, Luamba Chalisi off the court and taking the shirt off, getting ready for another shirt. We are going to 5 in this, the men's final.
Show us what you made of, eh? Come on.
Into the fifth game of this, the men's final for the National Squash Championships here at the North Shore Squash Club. And what a final it has been. It really has been an epic. You can tell by the score, they're 18-16 in the second. Well, you don't get that too often. And then in the fourth game, 13-11. And Shelley Kitchen already just in the first point of this, the fifth. It's been quite remarkable.
Yeah, they're not going to change much at this point, that's for sure. They're going to keep absolutely going for it. Yeah, I don't expect much difference. It's sort of who's going to hold their nerve more than anything. Fitness-wise, definitely on par. Yeah, they look. No one looks like they're sort of fading more than the other.
And certainly the crowd are very much enjoying it here at North Shore.
That's a great shot by Evan. It's a nice shot there.
It was a good power away from his body on the forehand from Luamba that really put the ball back in the corner, and too difficult for Evan Williams to recover from.
Yeah, I felt like that rally was a little bit more sort of composure from both of them, not rushing so much. Oh, that's a great shot from Evan. I think the first boast Evans, well, one of the first or second boasts Evans played in this match. Oh, I think just a little bit of a...
Yeah. Or so low on the 10 there.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a, we called that a fluke shot. He sort of just gets it onto the racket for a winner. I think that's too high.
Yeah. So that's a nice little lead for Evan Williams. We've seen it before, though. Hasn't necessarily
yeah, I think
counted
last
for
time
much.
he had the lead was in the third game, and he just took the game away from him. Oh, he's used that boast a couple of times now. So
Let's see here. Into that corner again, getting good length again.
yeah, not much play down that sort of forehand corner for Luamba. Oh, good get there.
the play. Slightly slower point, just drawing it out from each player and then able to step forward on that backhand side for Luamba Chalisi to hit the winner down low.
Yeah, sort of chipped away at that point. Both players really not really giving each other any kind of opportunity to shoot. That's a good length from Evan. Luamba going the wrong way, but recovering well.
Well, that was a bit of a waste of a point, really. Got himself in a good position, but didn't need to quite push it as hard as that.
Yeah, unforced there from Luamba. Probably tried a little bit too hard in that point. Evan's got a good lead.
And no great discussion on that. Both players seem to agree with the decision.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of interference there. Luamba not expecting, stroke or anything. Just wanted to replay the point. Oh, wow, it's a great shot.
It's just stepping up a little bit more, it seems. Here's the replay. And there's the shot. Evan Williams, the top seed, stepping up a little bit more in this, the fifth.
Yeah, I thought he's kind of predicting it a little bit down. Evan is predicting that Luamba's going to hit it to his forehand a little bit, and Evan's actually just waiting there to take that ball in short.
Oh, you can hear that Evan Williams no let. No.
Oh.
Thought he could have played that.
Yeah, I thought Luamba had cleared enough. It was quite tight on the wall, and maybe that was actually on Evan's racket just to hit that ball. So I think a good call there from the ref. It's not surprising. We kind of know how the ref has been calling,
yeah, they've been quite
a few of the shots throughout this game. So
it's nothing new.
Play the ball, I guess, as much as you can. As I think has been the theme here from Glenn Carson's the ref.
The power there.
Yeah, even did well to get that ball back.
Right in the corner, between the front wall and the side wall, and then it wasn't coming back.
Big point here from both players, even to sort of get even more of a lead, and Luamba to try and get a few points back if he can. Oh, I like that little trickle boast.
Yeah. And, nice shot. A little bit too much pace on that one to go past Evan Williams as he stretched out. But still the three-point advantage to Williams.
Even strong on that forehand, taking it in short.
Oh. No player can really escape. It's been maybe 4 points ahead, but no one can really escape from the other. Every time they think they've got a lead or a decent lead, it's brought back down to earth.
It's a good length by Evan. What's he going to do here?
Checking, oh,
oh, trying to get, oh, and that's a shot.
Yeah, that's a good.
It's a great shot.
I love the way he checks where his opponent is. He's got enough time to check, where's my opponent? And here we go with the replay. There's that shot. Sets himself up, and then the little dink into the wall.
Yeah, really strong in that forehand front corner. Oh, and again. Oh, wow.
So, Shelley, that is, it's taken a while to get to this stage, but that is championship game ball. Taken a while.
Yeah, Evans played this 5th game, yeah, very well. Not many errors. His short game has been very good. Nomba just hasn't really taken it to him, I guess, and Evan hasn't really let him.
And a couple of little comments there from...
Evan mumbled under his breath there.
Not totally sure. I think we'll leave it at that.
Yes, he's still got 4 match points here.
Nice play. Getting up high. Back into the middle. Oh! Well, that's a good way to answer match points, isn't it?
Oh.
I'm not sure when this is going to end, but in a nice way. They just keep
Evan's
on
still
battling.
got 3 match points.
And I don't think Evan can really ask much about that. It was good play from Luamba Tulisi, who remains in the match again. And you can hear the crowd loving it. Almost.
I don't think Lee will. Yeah, I think,
no, I don't think you can
that
ask
was
for.
a let. Yeah. At this point in the match, anyway.
He was wanting it to be a stroke in his favour. Just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. Or no let, I think. That's what. Oh,
there we go.
Congratulations! Wow.
In 5 games, finally, Evan Williams, the top seed, on his 3rd time in the final, takes out the championship, defeating Luamba Tulisi 11-8 in the 5th after some tremendous rallies, tremendous play, and a big round of applause from the crowd here at the North Shore Squash Club. Thank you very much to Shelley Kitchen for helping me out in both of these finals.
Fancy work. So what have you been doing all week? Right? What are you roles? Anything official?
No, just on my wife plate. Yeah, Deb's plate. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting underway with the prize giving in just a couple of minutes. And we'll ask the players to come back. I think we've got most of the players for the top 4 of both the men's and the women's still around. Hopefully you are still there. So we can get all the players ready, and we'll be about 2 minutes away from the prize giving of this, the finals of the National Squash Championships.
Aileen, I'm just getting something out of Michelle's car and I'll come back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have the majority of our players close enough, and we'll get underway with this, the prize giving for the 2020 edition of the Senior National Squash Championships here at the North Shore Club. And before we do anything else, just want to say, if we can have a round of applause for both Deanna and also for Tyler from the North Shore Squash Club. Round of applause, please. And before we get underway with the actual prize giving, I'd like to introduce the new Chief Executive of Squash New Zealand, Martin Dowson.
Thank you. Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty exciting, isn't it? Gee, that was an epic final. Yeah, also really excited over the last 3 days. I love squash. I'd have been here anyway, and yeah, pretty inspiring. And I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, and I'm going to be jumping on my local squash court and having a good hit. Also, really excited about the role too. I feel really privileged and probably a little bit humbled, really, just looking at you all, the passionate squash community. I think there's so much opportunity for squash and yeah, obviously a responsibility. I've spent the last 10, 15 years in high performance, and that's sort of a culture where it is about trying to be the best you can be. It is making sure everything you do adds value, and that's something I'm going to bring into the role. I can commit to you all that I'm going to work really hard to support the game that we all love. A few thank yous. Again, Deanna, North Shore Squash Club, and Tyler as well. Just special thanks for me. It's I think a lot of us are involved in squash. We know, and we've probably been involved in running a tournament, and yeah, it's run smoothly. Or I haven't been called in, so I assume it's all run smoothly. So thank you. Also, a big acknowledgement to the referees. Wow, what a challenging role, and I know a number of you have been very, very busy throughout the 3 days. And again, a strong reminder is every decision you make, you get very quick, rich feedback. So But we really do need that, and I know the standard for the players is really high, and I know it also takes away the demand of refereeing. So also acknowledgement to the sports chiropractic, New Zealand Sports Chiropractic Services, who I think have gone, but every time I walked over Court 5 I looked to see if there was a spare bed, but there wasn't, so they were very busy. And a quick shout out to, I'm aware that I might miss someone, but just Ashley for all your photos, Entech and Dave obviously for doing a lot of commentary, Alsco for the towels, and obviously Matt behind the bar, and the Korean food was lovely. And also Sky, getting squash profile is huge for us and is building. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much there to Martin Dowson, the new Chief Executive of Squash New Zealand. So now let's get on to the actual prize giving, and we'll start with the women's side. And the fourth place was Sophie Hodges. She's unfortunately had to go, but Sophie Hodges, congratulations to the 15-year-old coming fourth. And let's now welcome up Lana Harrison. You've come on this court with me a few times. Come on up. Finishing in third place, Lana Harrison. Okay, a photo there. You can have a photo. Go on. You know you want a photo with the Chief Executive. And now let's confirm the finalists. The runner-up, Abby Palmer from the North Shore Club. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome up the winner of the New Zealand title for the first time, Emma Miller. And don't go anywhere. Emma, you know that you've got a few things to say, and you know that I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Well, firstly, congratulations. Isn't it nice to get a national senior title?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you leave juniors, which was a fair few years ago for me now, it's what you sort of strive towards. Big shout out to Joey for not coming back this year. Sort of helped that a little bit. But yeah, absolutely. You come to nationals since you're young. My first round, I played one of the young girls, it's 13, playing Soph in the semi. So right from that age through to my age now, you keep coming back year after year in pursuit of the title. Obviously this year was just happened to be a slightly bigger opportunity than most.
Emma, how do you fit everything in? You're a teacher, you've got the production coming up, let's not forget you've got the school production coming up, you're very keen on that, oh, yeah. And also fitness and squash as well.
Yeah, just day by day, make a plan the week out, and you just go by. I think it probably actually helps. I had a chat to Abby a little bit about it earlier, and in some ways it's beneficial. I mean, I didn't really think too much about nationals until Thursday afternoon. So not having too much time to build up any anxiety or nervousness around coming and playing probably helps. And yeah, I mean, I'm not doing anything that I don't enjoy, other than probably the production. But yeah, no, in general, I'm enjoying what I'm doing, so you just stick at it, keep going.
And finally, Emma, today you were full of purpose. We didn't see as many smiles as normally, because usually you're smiling whether you've won or lost a point, but today you seem very focused. Was it the coaching of your brother?
He's nodding his head, so no, probably not. No, I think it's just, you come into these tournaments and you've got to enjoy what you do. And so I really do, and am enjoying what I'm doing on court at the moment. But as I say, it is a national final. You've got to probably take it a little bit more in your stride. And don't get me wrong, I absolutely enjoyed being on court today, but there's a little bit more purpose behind that, and and then you celebrate after.
All right, good stuff there. Emma Miller, another round of applause, please. She's won the national title for the first time. Let's now move on to the men's presentations. And a round of applause for Chris van der Sam. He was 4th place, not able to be here. He's had to go home. I think he's had to catch a flight for somewhere. So a round of applause for Chris. And 3rd place in the Nationals. Let's ask Temwa Chilisi to come forward. And I think we can all say, what an entertaining final, going the 5. There was one game in there, I think it was the 3rd, that went 22 minutes, and that's just one game, not a match. So it was a fantastic final. Someone, unfortunately, has to lose, and I know that he'll be back. Lawamba Chilisi, come on forward, the runner-up this year. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our final presentation. Yes, you can put that down there, Evan. You're coming up. You probably don't need that in your hand just at the moment, but I know you want to celebrate. And let's ask the top seed and the winner of the 2020 National Championships, Evan Williams. Evan, it's going to be pretty cool to have your name on that trophy. There's a lot of great names on there. You must be absolutely stoked, particularly after such a hard battle.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to get their name on the national trophy. It's, as Emma said, you know, that's when we're young kids, this is what you strive towards, and the names on the trophy speak for themselves. And, you know, to get my name on there, although it's not an ordinary year, to know that my name will be engraved on there for the rest of squash history is pretty... it's pretty special. You know, I think everyone that came into the tournament understood the situation that was presenting itself this weekend, and to come through and win, that's very special.
And I wouldn't usually ask, but how do you feel after that? Because it just seems so intense, those 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, it is intense, and it's, you know, in a year that's so disjointed, you don't get the opportunity to play high-quality matches like that. You know, it's a really good match. It ebbed and flowed. You know, 2 huge tiebreakers in there, which Louis played really well and closed those ones out, and that's just a sign of, you know, he's probably played a lot more competitive match play than I have being down in Wellington, but it's, you know, getting over the line in a match like that with such tough preparation and no real things to play before we come here. It's, I guess it's testament to the work that I've been putting in, and just from experience, really, that would have got me through at the end of the day.
And you're not exactly old at 31 at all. But you seem pretty fit. But just, you've been here twice before, and to finally get this trophy and get this title, that's just got to be an extra fist pump when you went into the hallway there. I mean, you were happy when you won, but what did you do when you went in the hallway? Was it just a quiet yes or another fist pump?
A little bit of it's relief. You know, I mean, if I look back at that, I feel like I probably should have won that match 5-love. So, you know, that is relief when we get through, and, you know, a lot of it's happiness to win a match like that and to come through, but a lot of it's happy to get through a tournament. You know, I thought my fitness is what got me through today, and, you know, I am the old boy on the tour now, and to still win a tough match like that it shows that I'm still doing the right things, and shows I'm still doing the right work, you know, to come through, and that's what I think I'm probably the most proud of.
And finally, even anybody else that you need to thank? I think you've got your coach here with you and a few others as well.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, I've got a lot of people to thank.
Go for it.
Do you want me to hold it?
Yeah, you can hold it. It might be just as easy.
It'll be tough. Bear with me, I will be here for a wee while, knowing that today is a special day in my career, and a special day that, you know, possibly wouldn't have happened had the world situation not been how it is. So first of all, I want to say how much of an honour and a privilege it is to be here speaking as the national champion this year, to get my name on the trophy. As I said, it's a big dream, and to make this a reality is, you know, it's pretty special. You know, obviously I'm under no illusion that if Paul was home that I would be here speaking, so this is why I will definitely be making the most of this speech now. Because I'm sure Paulie will be back for many, many years to come, and he'll be protecting this gold trophy with everything he's got, so I'll look after it until he's ready to come back and claim it. And in terms of the world situation that we're in, I think we should be really appreciative that we've got the opportunity to be able to play here. I woke up this morning and my coach Matt told me that the UK or England's going back into a month-long lockdown. So with that in mind, and one of the biggest squash hubs in the world, for us to be able to even be on court, let alone be able to play nationals, I think we should be very privileged and appreciative of the situation that we're in. Even when those Russian fishermen came in and brought COVID back, there was a part of me that thought, oh no, this is going to get pushed back again. And it's, it was a very big reality. All the hard work that we put in. I know I worked hard for the August date, let alone for this one here. Mum always told me to play what was in front of me, and I thought I did that really well this weekend. I dealt with the pressure of being number one. I dealt with the pressure of not having won the nationals before, and to come out with a win it's something that I'm not going to be able to. It won't sink in for a wee while. It'll take a wee while and probably a couple of green bottles before it goes through properly. I've effectively been a full-time squash coach for the last 2 years, so I don't get the same opportunities to train as what these younger boys do. I still push myself pretty hard, and I'm obviously very proud of the work that I've put in to be able to be here and to be in this condition to get myself over the line. As I said before, it's a childhood dream to be getting ourselves on this trophy. There's massive names on this cup. We've got such a steep history in New Zealand of men and women squash players, and to now be a part of that, that's probably the most special part about today. It's unfathomable, and as I said, it's going to take a long time to sink in. I've been through lots of ups and downs throughout my squash career. As Dave loves to say on the commentary, I'm 31 years old. I didn't even know my name was Evan for a wee while I was watching there yesterday, because I was 31 and left-handed. That's all I heard. So you go through a lot. When I was these young boys' age, I hurt my wrist and I had 2 years out, and the doctors told me that I might never play squash again. So to be able to get through that and come through and be back here stronger than ever, it's something to be really proud of. I've not been selected in teams because of that. I've been uncontracted with Squash New Zealand for the last 2 years, so there's been some heavy blows that have come through, but all of the downs make the ups here even more special, and this is what we play for, this is what we're here, and this is what we dream of. When I was young, and as I'm sure a lot of you can resonate with, when you win, it's all about me. You're winning for yourself. You want to win because you want to win. You want to get over the line. We want the glory. We want to be happy. But as you get older, you realise that you win for your team. You win for the people that are around you, and you win for the people that put just as much effort into your own career as what we do ourselves. So I've got a lot of people to thank, and I'm very, very lucky and proud to have a lot of my team here with me today. It's great to have your guys' support, and travelling up from Wellington to be here is amazing. I've got my longest sponsors, Donna and Jeff from Sporting Goods Specialists, or from Prince. They've sponsored me for 20 years now, and people that have looked after me, whatever I want, they've always been there. They've always been happy to give me whatever I need. I've got Shane and Jace from Thump Sports. The same thing, if I've needed any advice or any help, they've always been there to help me out. Kathy Finnimore from the Tawa Fitness Centre. She sponsored me at the gym for 13 years. She doesn't have to. She doesn't need to sponsor me, but she did, and so that's how I get massive like this, obviously. But thanks to Kathy. I've got Malcolm and Nicola from A to Z Flooring. They helped me out a lot when I hurt my wrist, when I had no income coming in and nothing to help me to get through. They came to the party there. All my coaches over the years, I came through the program that a lot of the players are still coming through now, the Robbie Wyatts, Graham Randolph, Nick Meter. Paul Hornsby was a huge part of my career, and it's great to be able to play at North Shore where he's really prevalent here. Malcolm Woolshop, and now obviously Matt Green, which Dave spoke about. We met a few years ago, and we just had a hit, like an off-chance hit. He came in from England, and we got talking about squash, and he found a couple of areas in my game that he thought he could fix. And from there, he took me on, and he's guided me all the way through from that area of my game and to get a little bit further through. He's been the person that sparked my career back. He's been my most trusted squash advisor, and even the changes that we made from Pamir to come back and win today, that's a huge testament to Matt. And I think one of the best parts about having him is that he's become one of my best friends as well. So thank you, Matt. I've got Carolyn, who's my Pilates and rehab instructor. I came home 4 years ago and the doctors told me that my hips only had 2 years left in them before I'd have to retire. So that's 4 years ago now, and I think I'm moving the best I'll probably move for a long time. And she's built me back from many, many times being in the brink, so thank you very much, Carolyn. I've got Brian and Ann, who are up there as well. I started coaching you guys 2 years ago, and I can't believe how quickly I became a part of your family and how much you guys have supported me from day one, basically. Anything I needed, you guys have been there. You guys single-handedly resurrected my career when I lost my contract. So thank you, you guys. And I don't think I could meet 2 more genuine people, so thank you very much. And obviously, last but not least, Mum and Dad, coming up from Wellington today. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here for my big moment. You guys introduced me to the game. You took me everywhere as a kid. You put up with all the grief that I gave you, and that alone deserves a big applause, and you supported me no matter what. So this trophy here is for you guys. Thank you. Last ones, thanks to my opponents, Michael Schautenegger, Joel, Timwa, and obviously Louis for the final. I'm sure you'll be here standing up here in no time, mate. Congratulations for today. It was a huge match. Squash Excel, I played 3 of you in a row and came 2nd, 3rd, and 6th, and that's testament to the work that you guys have been putting in. So congratulations for creating an environment, being here in your shirts, being vocal, being supportive. This is what squash needs. This is what squash is always needed, actually. It's always needed a hub to create a buzz and create a high-performance environment. So congratulations to you guys for turning up and being here every tournament. So well done. Congratulations to Emma. We've grown up playing together. We've been in the Wellington program, and we're both coaches now, so how good. And last ones, thanks to the North Shore Squash Club for hosting us, the refs. We love to hate you guys, so thanks for coming. And last but certainly not least, thanks to Deanna for organising as always. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much there to Evan Williams, our champion for 2020. And just one final round of applause for everybody there who's come along today, tonight, and watched over the last 3 days. So one more round of applause for everybody. And thank you very much. We will see you back next year, and enjoy yourself over the next couple of hours in the bar or wherever you like to go. Thank you very much. Be safe.